Recording in progress.
By my clock, it is 1 o'clock. I will call this meeting of the Douglas County Planning Commission to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Tanya Balda, Deputy Clerk for the record. Members, please say here or present when I call your name. Chair Casey.
Present.
Vice Chair Nedenrip.
Present.
Member Walder.
Present.
Member Klutz.
Present.
Member Meyer. Present. Member Nilsson.
Present.
Member Paxton.
Present.
At this time, we will have the Pledge of Allegiance. Commissioner Meyer, will you please lead us? Thank you very much. At this time, we will have public comment. All public comment will be taken on those items that are within the jurisdiction and control of the Planning Commission. Additional public comment periods will be taken on items when they are considered. If content is willfully disruptive of the meeting, the individual will be asked to stop speaking. When items are listed on the agenda, the time for speaking will be limited to 3 minutes. The first speaker, please. Please sign the roll and give your name for the record.
Good afternoon, Ellie Waller for the record. After spending several days and many hours on providing you a lengthy comment I hope you read, I must state that in the future, when approving any large, multi-year, multi-phase development, we must acknowledge and consider that any revision, minor or major, to a specific plan, a plan development, a development agreement, etc., should come back and the public, not just the staff, review it. No disrespect to staff, but allowing the public the opportunity to review and comment on large development plans, especially when a project lists findings that state it's in the interest of the public, should be mandatory. Also, I need to point out, I had to contact staff to determine if I was basing my comments on the most current specific plan and requested amendments for item 2, and I found I was not. The county database must be kept up to date to allow those of us that research to provide meaningful comments. The data must be correct and the most current information. I know staffing shortages are an issue and hiring is underway, but I wasted a lot of time on an incorrect document. Next, the county should be adopting or considering adoption of wildland upland interface practices. The classic interface is when urban sprawl presses up against public and private natural lands, bringing to mind a distinct line between urban and rural areas. By contrast, the intermix is undergoing a transition from agriculture and forest uses to urban and land uses. The acronym WUI is an area within or adjacent to an at-risk community. A WUI is an area of which a community wildfire protection plan is not in effect, but is within a half mile of the boundary of an at-risk community. What is an at-risk community? At-risk communities are areas where conditions are conducive to a large-scale wildfire disturbance event, therefore posing a significant threat to human life or property. A WUI is also an area that is within 1.5 miles of a risk community and has sustained steep slopes that may affect wildfire behavior in a geographic feature. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellie. Next speaker.
Jim Slade. Without going into any discussion of the issues that will be addressed in today's agenda, I would like to provide some history of the Clear Creek development. I was at nearly every board meeting in the early years of this century when this controversial development was discussed and voted on, as opposed to almost everyone else in this room. For many people in Douglas County, including myself, for most of this century, the worst decision made by county commissioners was the approval of the master plan amendment creating receiving area at Clear Creek. That board decision violated both the letter and intent of the master plan. This area was identified as the highest priority for preservation in the master plan, which also said that all areas not urban are considered rural, and that because there's inadequate capacity within the defined urban service areas to accommodate almost all the residential growth that can occur within the limit of the groundwater resource and capital improvement capabilities of the county, there is no need to identify future urban service areas. Yet that is exactly what the board did, ignoring the letter and intent of the master plan. It is my clear recollection that this was first approved in some form prior to 2003. Despite massive public opposition, it was decided by a 2-to-1 vote, with one member absent and another recusing himself, with Commissioner Don Minor casting the deciding vote. Shortly after that, Minor was voted out of office, largely due to that vote, and immediately worked for the developer of Clear Creek. So it is not much of a stretch to say that that vote was corrupted by self-interest, which would not be allowed today. One of the justifications for the Clear Creek project was claiming that it was compatible with the adjacent property, Alpine View Estates, ignoring the fact that Clear Creek Development and Alpine View only share a single point in common, and therefore does not meet the county's recent definition of adjacent. They also claimed that it reflected a logical change to the boundaries of the area, that it allowed infrastructure to be extended in efficient increments, that it created a perceivable community edge as strong as the one it replaced, and that it maintained a relatively compact development pattern. None of that was remotely true then, nor is it now. Yet those are all requirements for a master plan amendment. That community development and county commissioners were nonetheless willing to ignore the letter and intent of the master plan was more than disappointing. It was unforgivable. When the developer comes forward asking for a zoning map amendment, a plan development amendment, or a major amendment to the specific plan, a variance, or changes to design standards, this planning commission and the current board are not required to follow the ill-advised past decisions that violated the letter and intent of the master plan. You should look at any requested changes with fresh eyes and make decisions in keeping with the master plan and the public interest. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Slade. Next speaker. Colleen, do we have any speakers on Zoom?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, we do not have any public on Zoom at this time.
Thank you. Having no other speakers, I will, yes, ma'am.
Tracy Ferrante. I'm speaking on, sounds like a different subject, but it's on a zone variance for the property of 246 Sierra Shadows. I happen to be...
Excuse me, we will be bringing that up as soon as we're done with this business. Can you wait until then, please?
Absolutely.
All right, thank you. Anyone else wanting to speak to something that is not going to come later on the agenda? All right, I will close public comment right now and ask for approval of the agenda. Does any commissioner have any changes to the agenda?
Yeah, Dave Nelson, I'll move to approve the agenda of today.
Is there a second?
So moved.
All those in favor, say aye. Oh, excuse me. Thank you, Ellie, for keeping me on track. Public comment on the agenda.
Ellie Waller. I'm requesting item 2, Clear Creek Tahoe Plan Development Amendment and Zoning Map Amendment and Development Standard Amendment be removed due to the confusion of the APNs in the newspaper versus the Acela permit program under the community development site. Just because it got cleaned up as a ministerial error, because I did check this morning, doesn't mean that that is the right way to go. If I had not pointed this out in my comments, it would have remained incorrect and a reason to pull to a future date. Also, DP 22023, entitled Clear Creek, Major Modification to the Specific Plan, was identified as being part of the Planning Commission approval in the information on the permit site, but not part of the packet provided to the county commissioners seated today and public, and was not is not appropriate either. Also, there is a missing information in the specific plan being amended. Table 8, as specified in section 5.2 of the specific plan, entitled Master Plan Conformance, on the following page, from a summary and a review of how Clear Creek Plan is in conformance. I could not find it in any version of the specific plan. And lastly, 13 pages provided today at the commencement of this meeting. I don't know if I've already reviewed them or not, and why isn't there a master plan amendment attached to this packet?
Thank you, Ellie.
Jim Slade. I share many of the concerns expressed by Ms. Waller and believe that items 2 and 3 should be continued. It's concerning that there has been confusion over the correct parcel numbers, which could make this an open meeting law violation and therefore any action taken today void. The agenda packet on these items also leaves much to be desired, despite their length of nearly 300 pages. Why DP 22-0, 22, 23, and 24 couldn't all be combined in one item is beyond my understanding, and why is it that 23 has its own agenda? Among other problems, this apparently required the duplication of 60 pages of the packets, much of it in color, including the completely unnecessary duplication of an entire 6 pages of a so-called landscape palette full of color pictures that is as useless as it is unnecessary. Meanwhile, the important information that is actually relevant to this item was inadequate. The history seems incomplete. The required findings are merely regurgitated in the affirmative with apparently little thought. The request to allow a 50-foot height maximum for Building 5 when the entire county has a 35-foot maximum is offensive and inappropriate. For staff to merely state that a previous board many years ago approved such a height variance when it was zoned as private recreation provides little insight or context. Remember, this property was previously identified in the master plan as the highest priority for preservation. In addition, the specific plan states Clear Creek Tahoe is specifically designed as a secluded golf course community that is hidden from off-site views as well as internally house to house. More thorough analysis is needed on that issue, that important issue. In addition, I didn't see any noticing radius map in the packet. Since these items contain a zoning map amendment, a plan development agreement amendment, and a major amendment to the specific plan, they essentially affect the entire development. All residents and property owners in Clear Creek Tahoe should have been noticed. Page 78 in your packet specifically states the Clear Creek specific plan, which is being amended, is comprised of 1,576 acres of land in the North County within the Jacks Valley Indian Hills Community Plan. This proposal should be required to go before the Indian Hills GID before it comes to the Planning Commission or the board, Because Alpine View Estates is adjacent to the development, all the residents of Alpine View Estates should have been noticed as well. Due to the inadequacy of the information in the packet, the failure to first make a presentation to Indian Hills GID, the apparent failure to notice not only all the residents of Clear Creek, Tahoe, but also Alpine View Estates, these two agenda items should be continued until a later date.
Thank you. Mr. Booth? Okay.
My name is Jeanette Bloom. I echo the sentiments of this was improper notice. I did see a notice page in the packet that Clear Creek Tahoe provided. It was 600 feet from the parcel that they're asking for this major change.
Excuse me, this would be better addressed under the...
That this is inappropriately on the agenda is my complaint. I'm an
Okay.
adjacent property owner, received no notice. I don't live in Alpine View. I live in Clear Creek Canyon. I happened to drive down Golf Course Drive and saw the big sign in front of there.
Excuse me, this would be more properly addressed under the item...
But it was addressed by the previous speaker that the notice is inappropriate and the matter should be taken off the agenda. I hear you, but I'm just echoing his sentiments that the notice was improper. This matter should not be discussed at this meeting. It should be re-noticed.
Thank you. Please sign that and sit down. Thank you. Next speaker. Mr. Booth, would you please address the issues regarding the APN numbers?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Sam Booth, Deputy Director, Community Development, for the record. I heard the comments by Ms. Waller and Mr. Slade, and I saw those comments that were submitted ahead of time in the supplemental materials and provided to the board. Of course, Douglas County Community Development and Douglas County staff, the DA's office, take OML questions seriously. As soon as we saw those comments and the questions, I reached out to Sam Taylor, our DA, and we discussed it. I think a bit of the confusion on the public's part arises from that Ms. Waller was reviewing the applications in our Acela permit database. This is the system that we enter applications into to route through Douglas County staff, where we review the applications and where the final record of the applications, the documents that are submitted, the approval and denial letters, those type of things is kept. So it's a document storage center. It's also a permit review and routing database. But what it isn't is public notice to the public. The notice that was provided to the public, the bottom line there is we provided the correct APN for this parcel, 7.8 acres in size. That was one single APN, and that was in the newspaper notice, the letter to adjacent properties, on the sign on the property, as we heard, that was posted. So we do believe and concur that the noticing was done properly in accordance with the code. As to I believe the third comment there, we have questions on quite a few applications about the noticing radius. Should it be less? Should it be more? But in this instance, once again, 600 feet from the parcel boundary is the requirement of Title 20, the Development Code, and that's what was done. Additionally, it does sound like that member of the public did see the sign on the property. We discussed with the applicant where to post the sign, and we wanted to make sure it was visible from the public right-of-way. So it sounds like the sign was visible, and they were able to get notice of the meeting here today. So once again, we don't believe that there's an issue with the APNs or the noticing, those type of things. I know there was just a question about that, the DP number, and we often, I don't know that we've discussed this with the Planning Commission or the public, but in the agenda titles, we often list a DP number, and it's usually a 22 dash a certain number. The first two numbers there are the year that the application was submitted, so in this case 22, and then for agenda items 2 and 3 today, those DP numbers were 0022, 0023, and 0024. That number is generated when we enter the applications into our permit system. It automatically generates a number in the order that they're entered into the system. So in this case, after the applications came in, probably at least 45 days ago. I believe that was in January in our submittal date. The applicant submitted these. We enter into the system. It generates those DP numbers. It's much after that time period when we're setting the agenda for this meeting that we determine what the appropriate order is in talking with the DA's office and how to properly agendize the meeting. So what you will notice is that agenda item 2 today is DP 22-0024 and DP 22-0022. And then the next item after that, agenda item 3, is 0023. So I recognize those are out of order, but that order isn't required to be heard by the Planning Commission. It's simply a tracking system, the permit system, and the generic number that's generated for staff to track our information. Of course, appreciate that the public is able to get online and view any of these applications in our Acela database. We have a link for that on our website. And once we were notified about a question about the APNs, we did take a look at it. And I think the issue there originally was that the applicant's original submittal had some incorrect APNs listed. We notified them to make a new submittal, and we corrected the APNs. But as I said, all of the noticing that was done did have the correct APN in it.
Madam Chair, if I may? Yes. Yeah, I'd like to add a couple more items to that. First of all, errors in Acela are not necessarily something that the public can rely on in terms of proving that there's improper notice. Rather, it's what's in the newspaper and what's online, the website, and the required postings. We did that properly, and the APN was correct, and it's most important to keep that in mind. Also, for the OML purposes, the agenda item is just merely to serve to provide the public with notice of what is being discussed, to give them enough information. You don't have to give them every single piece of information. Just give them enough information to give them an idea about what the Planning Commission is up to. The items as presented more than meet the requirements of OML in this regard. They're very clear, they're very succinct, and the reason the specific plan was mentioned last is because if the first two items are not approved, there's really no point in proceeding with the specific plan discussion at all. So it was just merely a matter of convenience for the Planning Commission as well as the public and also staff in addressing this in a logical and orderly fashion. And overall, I'm confident that we met the OML with respect to all the Clear Creek items.
Thank you. Kirk?
Madam Chair, I just have one comment as a rejoinder to the public comments. I do think Sam Booth and Sam Taylor explained it thoroughly. That was my conclusion after my independent research. But on the noticing radius map, it is on page 193 of the packet. I have mentioned this before. I think our noticing requirements are weak. And that might be a weak term. I think in this particular instance, when you see the noticing, it really doesn't do much to notify people in areas that are nearby. I think that's an item for a separate discussion, but I would like to say that I do agree with the people who point out that the noticing radius was not something that afforded them an additional opportunity to be notified on this project. The sign was available and in a good location, and the public notice in the newspaper, which are our two other means of noticing. So I think we've done what's required by the code, and the motion to approve the agenda should be approved.
I agree that there may be issues with the noticing, but as you said, we have a motion and a second to approve the agenda, and I do not believe that discussing noticing requirements under public comment with regards to approval of the agenda are appropriate. They're more appropriate to the item when it comes up, not with approval of the agenda. So all those in favor for approving the agenda, vote aye or nay.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Now we will have approval of the minutes. There will be no public comment. All those in favor? Oh, motion first. Do we have a motion for approval of the minutes?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the minutes.
Do we have a second?
Madam Chair, I second the motion to approve the minutes.
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Those against? Motion passes unanimously. Public hearings for possible action, discussion on a request for a special use permit, DP 22-0019, for a bed and breakfast on a 1.77 acre parcel located at 246 Sierra Shadows Lane in the SFR-1 single-family residential 1 acre minimum parcel size zoning district in the Foothill Community Plan. The applicant and owner is Ryan Cates. APN number 1219-03-002-034. Lucille?
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Lucille Rayo, Community Development. The first slide here is a vicinity map. The parcel is highlighted in blue with the green arrow pointing to the parcel. As you can see, it's a corner lot. It's along Sierra Shadows Lane and Foothill Road. It also backs up to Kingsbury Grade. The zoning is single-family residential, 1 acre minimum lot size. This is a portion of code that points out, I'm sorry, my highlighted yellow moved, that points out that in the SFR, if you can see my cursor, the SFR1 zoning district, if you follow it down, the use, which is considered a lodging use, bed and breakfast, is allowed with a special use permit approval by this board, by this commission, in the zoning district SFR1. It is not allowed outright. They do need approval. So the applicant, Mr. Cates, came forward and is requesting a special use permit. He has 2 areas within his home that he'd like to use. He has a 686 square foot accessory dwelling that has 1 bedroom, and he has an 809 square foot bonus room over the garage that has 2 bedrooms. Little history. So Mr. Cates was renting out both of these areas of his home. He was using it as a vacation home rental. Our code enforcement became aware of it. We have a system that fines illegal vacation rentals. So our code enforcement officers found that. October of 2021, he was sent a notice, and he received a fine of $5,000. He did appeal it to the Vacation Home Rental Board. The Vacation Home Rental Board did uphold the $5,000 fine. He then appealed to the Douglas County Board of County Commissioners in January. The county commissioners reduced his fine to $1,250. In addition, he's required to pay back transient occupancy tax for all the time that he had been using it as vacation rental, which he did pay. What he has not paid are the fines on those taxes, which anytime you don't pay your taxes, you are fined. There is no way out of those fines. He still owes that money. He did pay the $1,250 fine, which was originally a $5,000 fine for operating without a license. As you know, vacation home rentals are not allowed in the valley. They're only allowed in the Tahoe Township. A little bit of history of what's happened in the past with bed and breakfasts. So our first one, I went back quite a few years, 9 years to be exact. The first one that's on this list here is in the East Valley area. It was denied. It was in the RA5 zoning district. A lot of the neighbors came out. They didn't want it. They spoke out against it, so the Planning Commission voted to deny it. The next one is is on Foothill Road. It's in the FR19 zoning district in the Genoa planning area, and that was approved. Moving on, Cindy's Trail was denied. That's also SFR1 zoning. Same thing, neighbors came out against it. This one in particular was running as a vacation home rental, and that's how we found that one, as well as neighbors complaining. 480 Highway 88, that's down along Highway 88, almost to the California border. A19 zoning district, that was approved. She also was advertising as a vacation home rental, and then received a notice from code enforcement. And this is before These are the days before code enforcement had the ability to fine anyone. So she received a letter, and then she came in and she wanted to know what she could do. And so she was able to apply for a special use permit for a bed and breakfast. Tambourine Ranch Road is in a similar area to the applicant's request today, SFR2. They're off of Kingsbury Grade on Tambourine Ranch Road. The Tambourine Ranch Road was approved. That's on the top of Tambourine Ranch Road, which is a private road. And it was an accessory dwelling, a separate structure from the main dwelling. In that one that I presented as well to the Planning Commission, there were no opposition from the neighbors. And 1755 Foothill Road, A19 zoning district, Genoa planning area as well. This is a ranch, and she had a separate structure as well. It was a dwelling that she was using as a vacation home rental. Same thing, received a letter, came in, wanted to know what she could do. We told her that she could apply for a special use permit, and that was approved as well. So floor plans, this is a floor plan of the entire house. This area back here where the cursor is and the arrow is the accessory dwelling that has the one bedroom. And then the area that is the bonus room is above the garage in this area. I have photos and some more items to show you with regards to this. This is the floor plan of the bonus room. There's 2 bedrooms up here, no kitchen, just a little efficiency area to make coffee and whatnot. Some photos. So the green arrow here is the bonus room above the garage. Green arrow here is the accessory dwelling, both accessed from the rear of the home. This is a drone photo, actually, of the front of the house. And drone photo of the entire home. Again, once again, here's the rear with the 2 areas that they're asking to use for the bed and breakfast. I took this picture wanting to give you an idea of how close the closest neighbor is, and I believe she might be here today to speak. I measured on our GIS map. It's about 80 feet from the edge of this house to the edge of that house. This is his, Mr. Cates's parking, where he's showing that he would be parking, where his guests would be parking. So we have guest parking back here and here, and some parking in the garage as well. So some of the conditions that staff has placed on the project, and also it's also in county code, the facility shall be operated at all times by the resident owner of the home. It's limited to 3 guest bedrooms. That was his request. No room may be rented for a period longer than 21 consecutive days. After 21 days, it becomes a full-time rental. The applicant owner must collect TOT, transient occupancy tax. Parking must be on site. We've already looked at that. If he, let's say in the future, he wanted to add another bedroom or decided he wanted to do weddings or civic events or change it in any way, he would have to come to us and apply and come before you again to enlarge. We would consider that an enlargement. So he would come before you and ask for that change. So no changes. Whatever he's asking for today is what would be approved. And no signs for the project. He has not asked for any signs. If he wanted to put a sign up, then he would come to us for sign review. That's a separate permit. Some other conditions, he has to submit a receipt from NDEP for the septic and the well. NDEP may consider that a change in use. They have not in the past, but we are conditioning it. Engineering staff is concerned because when you look at the aerials, you can see that there's been access from his parcel to State Route 206, and so we want to make sure that NDOT is aware of that, and if whether they're going to continue to approve that or not. So we're making that a condition. And also, East Fork would have to do an inspection, as you know or may not know. With vacation rentals, the fire department does an inspection, and so we're going to be asking for the same type of thing. Public comment. At the time that the packet was uploaded to the system, I had received one letter from a neighbor along Foothill Road, Mr. Kester. Since then, we have received, I received a phone call as well as another email, which has been uploaded to the system. And then as I was leaving to come here today, we did receive 2 other forms of public comment, which have been, I believe, provided to you and are out in the hallway as well. Staff believes the findings have been met. And based on the ability to make the findings and subject to the recommended conditions of approval, staff recommends approval of DP 220019, a special use permit for Ryan Cates based on the staff report, required findings, presentation, and public comment. Any questions?
Are there questions for staff at this time? Ken?
I'm concerned about the difference between the vacation housing rental and the difference between the bed and breakfast.
I'd be happy to answer that. Lucille Rayo, for the record. To be honest with you, in this case, there's not much difference. And maybe it's something that we may need to clean up in code, but it is allowed based on code with a special use permit. Mr. Cates, the way he has explained it to us in his application, he does not intend to serve meals. He intends to just rent it out, the rooms, as he had been doing. So I hope that answers your question.
Thank you.
Kirk?
Madam Chair, thank you. Just a couple of quick clarifications, Lucille. The Planning Commission has the sole authority for special use permits, so should we consider this, unless it's denied, the special use permit would be granted without going to the board. Is that correct?
For the record, Lucille Rayo, correct. If you approve the special use permit today, it stops here. If you deny it, he may appeal to the Board of County Commissioners.
Thank you, Lucille. And then what's the process for revoking a special use permit? Do specific standards have to be met, or are complaints brought to the county staff and then a determination is made whether it should be agendized for the Planning Commission to revoke a special use permit?
For the record, Lucille Rayo, good point, Mr. Walder. You can add a condition if you'd like to review. If you choose to approve this today and you want to add a condition to see this in 6 months based on public comment, complaints, any code enforcement issues, or just review it, you may do so as added on as a condition.
But without adding on a condition, let's say we approve the special use permit, and then in 1 month there were 15 complaints. Would that be grounds for the Planning Commission or the staff to bring this forward for review of a possible revocation?
I don't believe we would bring it back to you based on that. I think it becomes a code enforcement issue. I'm going to defer to Sam and see what he might think.
Madam Chair. Sam Booth for the record. Thank you, Lucille. I think, Kirk, in that instance, Lucille's correct. The first thing we might do is just administratively review the code, see what the violations may or may not be. Maybe code enforcement would help us investigate the complaints, see if they're valid or not valid. Once a determination's made, let's say there are valid complaints, and particularly what type of complaints those are, if they're related to the approval, if they're related to the conditions just in the code that you have to operate under as a bed and breakfast, yeah, I think we could agendize it for a public hearing and have the Planning Commission review. At that point, we would have to make a determination to agendize it, probably that in some way they're in violation of the conditions of the code or of the approval.
Thank you very much. That answers my questions.
Nick Meyer, for the record. Are you saying that Title 20 does not have a specific designation for bed and breakfast as to what is required from the operator to provide in terms of services?
For the record, Lucille Rayo, that is correct. If you're asking me, does it state that they have to serve meals? It does not. It does have a list of items, some of which are part of the conditions that I read to you, like owner-operator must live on premises, that kind of thing. But as far as anything else, no. Specific, no.
Thank you.
Bryce?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It would appear to me that there's somewhat of a loophole that exists within code to have a VHR in the valley, which we know is not permitted. That being said, that's what the code allows, and until it changes, I guess that's what it is. That being said, because it was done the wrong way first, and now we're sitting here trying to correct that and do it, I guess, the right way within the code. I'm just wondering if there's the ability to put a condition on an approval that at a minimum that the fines that are outstanding are at least trued up and paid as a condition for approval. Is that a possibility?
For the record, Lucille Rayo, I believe you have the authority to place whatever conditions you see fit on the project, and that may not be a bad idea.
We need to hear from the applicant, unless you have specific questions for staff. Dave?
Just more of a statement on the reason the special use permit is required on bed and breakfast is the noticing of neighbors. And looking out for everybody's rights in this situation is always difficult. But there is definitely one letter in the packet from a very close neighbor that's very concerned about his well. And I can see his concern. Droughts are ever present here in a desert. And he is concerned about his well, and I think that should be taken into consideration. Thank you.
Mark?
Yes. So I have a question on the septic. I know that you're going to have him go back to the state of Nevada, but was this septic properly sized for the size of the house before he was allowed to build it?
For the record, Lucille Rayo, the accessory dwelling was built at the same time the house was built, and it was permitted. So at the time that it was built, it was large enough. To be honest with you, I don't know what size the septic is, but I can see if I can find that for you.
Okay. And I have a follow-up question. Have you received any complaints during the time that he was operating this illegally as a VHR?
For the record, Lucille Rayo, to my knowledge, we did not, but I'm going to defer to Sam because this was a vacation home rental issue, and I believe he worked on it. So I'm going to see if he recalls any issues. As far as I know, there were not any.
Sorry, I missed that, Lucille.
The question was, when he was running it as a vacation home rental, were there any complaints from neighbors regarding any noise or anything else?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Sam Booth for the record. There were not complaints. Douglas County code enforcement staff was made aware of the renting of the property in our research in investigating vacation home rentals up at Tahoe. So we have a third-party consultant that helps us basically mine some of the listing sites and websites to see what addresses are listed. And basically what they do is very frequently the easiest way to tell that it was rented are the comments that are posted on the site after someone has stated a property. So host compliance, I believe the county's third-party vendor here put together a report that they had been notified or they had discovered that a few rentals had occurred at this property. And then code enforcement staff dug into that a little bit deeper. And then that's when they contacted Mr. Cates in October and issued the initial fine. But it was not initiated from a complaint from a neighbor.
Okay, so I have just one more question. How often are TOT tax returns due Are they due every 30 months, even if you haven't collected any?
Yes, every 30 days. I believe there's a form you can fill out if you're not active to go longer than that, but it is a requirement whether you are renting or not. If you didn't have a stay, you still have to fill out your form with zeros, but it would be every 30 days. That's to my knowledge, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, just like to follow up, Sam Taylor from Douglas County DAs for the record. Monthly is the baseline minimum, is what's required. However, there are some exceptions where they're allowed to file quarterly. The most notable exceptions are the casinos up in Tahoe and other casinos as well. So it just depends on the size of the operation, but for the size of Mr. Cates' operation, it would be a monthly filing.
Is that it? Yes, Nick?
Again, for Lucille, is there a homeowners association? I noticed in one of the letters here, there's the Sierra Shadows Estates. Douglas County records document the conditions, covenants, and restrictions for Sierra Shadows Estates. Indicates that on paragraph number 2, no residence shall be used for any other purpose other than single-family residential use. Does that covenant cover this property?
For the record, Lucio Rayo, I saw that as well. I was one of the ones that came in very late today. As far as the CC&Rs are concerned, the county does not recognize CC&Rs. I'm not aware of an HOA there. The CC&Rs would be a matter between the owners of the properties. So if the neighbors had, if Mr. Cates was approved today and decided to go forward with this, his neighbors could come back and, technically, I guess, sue him. But as far as the county is concerned, we don't recognize CC&R, so it's not something that we would have investigated or had been part of the packet.
So the county does not recognize the conditions, covenants, and restrictions of this, of the Sierra Shadows Estates.
Mm-hmm.
For the record, Lucio Rayo, generally speaking, the county does not recognize CC&Rs.
Okay.
Madam Chair, if I may, I'd like to slightly clarify what Lucille is saying. We don't enforce CC&Rs nor HOA regulations. We basically don't get involved in these private disputes between neighbors in terms of their what might be applicable to their independent lots. For example, Elk Point Subdivision is a classic example. Basically, somebody sued to stop the use of VHRs within the Elk Point Subdivision. Douglas County had nothing to do with that. We weren't impled in the matter. We were not a party in the matter. It was a matter between Elk Point HOA and the persons who were renting out VHRs.
So to follow on to that, though, is it reasonable to assume that the owner of the property, Mr. Cates, has agreed to the conditions, covenants, and restrictions of the Sierra Shadows Estates in the purchase of his property or the operation of his property?
Sam Taylor again, Douglas County DAs, if I may. I would not be willing to speculate as to what Mr. Cates agreed to or not. We haven't looked at his deed. We don't know what sort of notice he had, record notice on file. I don't know if the CCRs are recorded or not. So I would be reluctant to say anything with regard to that.
They also mentioned there's an architectural control committee. And can you speak to that, whether or not there is indeed an architectural control committee for the Sierra Shadows Estates?
Lucille, if I may. Nick, I think this is getting into what he has personally with his homeowners association, and that's not our purview. We need to deal with the county and what's our purview. So I think we should hear from the applicant now. Is that all right with you? Okay, Mr. Cates, are you here?
For the record, my name is Ryan Cates, and I am the owner of 246 Sierra Shadows Lane. I first just want to clarify some of the information that Mrs. Rayo put out. I've always maintained from the get-go that I was operating as a bed and breakfast. Mr. Taylor can attest to that. That was an error on my part. I misunderstood and misread the code at the time. Once I was made aware of my error, we immediately shut down, got in contact with the county, and worked to get into compliance, and that's why we're here today. I received my punishment. I followed through with it. The unpaid penalties on the late TOT that at the time I was unaware of, I've submitted for a waiver of those fees and penalties, and I haven't heard back, and that was from the recommendation of the third-party organization that collects those taxes. And that waiver is because when we moved in and first began operating, there were government shutdowns in the state and things like that, and so it was hard to find information. So I'm just looking for a little leniency there. But if that waiver is denied, of course, I'll be quick to remedy that balance due. All right. Most of this is going to be directed to my neighbors that are here in the audience today, and I'll get started. So first, thank you for your time and your consideration in my application. I grew up here in Douglas County. My grandpa owned and operated the El Dorado Motel in South Lake Tahoe until Harris and Harvey's purchased it and tore it to the ground. My dad worked as the maitre d' at the Summit for many years. So hosting guests and entertaining is kind of in my DNA. At 17, I joined the Marines, and in 2007, I deployed to Fallujah, Iraq as the assistant team leader of a force reconnaissance team. I worked as a contractor for several years with the State Department during the Arab Spring and the rise of ISIS. I eventually earned my bachelor's degree in nursing and began working in a level 1 trauma center in a trauma ICU. Once the COVID outbreak hit, I immediately started taking travel assignments to some of the hardest hit areas across the West, including Reno and Phoenix and Northern California. My point here is that I have a strong sense of commitment to my communities, my country, and all humans in need of aid. And I'll apply that same commitment and open arms to my community here. Kim and I, my wonderful fiance, she couldn't make it today. She was feeling under the weather. We had the opportunity to walk our neighborhood and finally get around to introducing ourselves to our neighbors and address some of their concerns. And during that time, we heard some concerns and some rumors. There were a few, and they're all here today, that opposed us going through with this permit. There were also many that were strongly in support of. And some people who were opposed, after meeting with us, we were able to change their mind, and they ultimately support our endeavors. So I don't think there's anyone here that I didn't get a chance to meet this Sunday, but just in case, let me clear the air. First and foremost, this is our home, and this is where we want to start and raise our family. We do not want to change the feel of the neighborhood or its aesthetic. We'll be using the money earned with this permit to invest it back into our lot and making improvements by planting trees and local vegetation. Our house is the front of the neighborhood, and we want to be just as beautiful as all the other homes. This is our primary residence, and we will live there full time. Kim works remotely from home as a graphic designer, and I work as an elementary school nurse close by. We will never host guests without someone being home. We had already been operating as a bed and breakfast for 7 months before being notified by the county that we were doing so inappropriately. This was from an error on my part interpreting the county code on bed and breakfast. We immediately stopped all operations, received our punishment, and worked to become compliant. We have no plans or intentions of building any new structures. There was a rumor going around that we were going to build a 10-room motel. That is not the case. We only want to host guests and rent them to the existing spare unused rooms of our home. This permit would not allow us to do so. This permit would allow us to do so for less than 21 consecutive days. There are no laws or rules preventing these spaces being rented for more than that. This permit will not change the zoning of the lot, nor will it allow for more people to occupy the home than what's currently legally allowed and what the home was built for. And to that point, the septic and the well. This permit is temporary and will require renewal every couple of years. And if we aren't behaving as good stewards, the county can even revoke or choose not to renew our permit. As you saw, we had to arrange and pay for a trip generation report to be done, and the engineer that conducted the report found that there will be a negligible impact on the current infrastructure. As you saw, we have dedicated parking, and at no time will we allow for parking on the street. All guest parking will be in the back of the house, and once we can improve our lot, we'll be out of sight. We are not applying for the ability to host parties, weddings, conventions, or any other large gathering. To do so would require applying for that ability right now, and that's not something we're interested in. As such, we won't tolerate any loud, disruptive behavior and will strictly abide by the county's quiet hour ordinances. Being that we live here full time, we'll be the first to hear an issue, the first to see an issue, and the first to handle an issue. We have no problem ending a guest stay early if they don't obey the rules we set or the local laws and regulations. We do plan on using Airbnb to advertise our bed and breakfast. Airbnb verifies the identity of our guests via government-issued ID. Airbnb has a marketplace with access to millions of users. The added insurance provided by Airbnb also lowers the cost of our liability insurance. Lastly, I want to talk about why we prefer short-term over long-term renting. Renting short-term gives us the maximum amount of flexibility. We'll have the ability to block out dates so friends and family can visit us, shut down and take a vacation if we want to. But most importantly, it gives us the ability to immediately remove bad actors. If we rent to people long-term, they gain rights that a bed and breakfast guest wouldn't have, and it can take weeks to months to get rid of them. Whereas I can cancel a guest stay at any time if they are in violation of any of our rules. I hope that answered most of your questions and calmed some of your concerns. Our door is always open for our neighbors. And by now, you've all seen the sign and have my contact information. If you ever want to discuss an issue you're seeing or have questions for us, please give me a call or come over. We'll be more than happy to find a solution together. No matter the outcome today, we hope to get to know all of you better and that you'll further accept us into the neighborhood. I'm available for any questions from the commission.
Are there questions for the applicant? Bryce?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have a question. I just want to thank you, Mr. Cates, for your service to our country.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cates.
Excuse me, Madam Chair. I do have one quick question, or maybe I want to follow up with Mr. Nenrep's question. Mr. Cates, you're going to be occupying the home the whole time that the guests will be there. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then I am concerned that when you were considering this as a bed and breakfast, but actually was a vacation home rental, you had about 35 stays, according to the staff report. So that's a lot of incidental or violations of what you should have been complying with. But during that time period when those stays, were you aware of any complaints that were issued by your neighbors to you or to the county staff over noise, trash, parking, anything else?
No, sir, I was not. And many of the people that I went around to this weekend and spoke with, they had no idea that we even ever rented any part of our home at any time. So we take it very seriously, and we don't want to attract the type of party atmosphere that's at certain locations at the lake. That's not what we want. We want people that want to come enjoy the natural beauty of the area, We make hiking recommendations, food recommendations for local restaurants down here in the valley as well as up at the lake. And to the point of what kind of special services that we offer beyond what a normal Airbnb would, we've given people rides to and from the Reno airport, helped them find rental car services. We're very involved. We're not hands off on this at all. We know our guests and who's coming and who's going.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Cates, how long have you owned the property?
We closed February 8th of last year, so just over 1 year.
Just over 1 year. Are you aware in any of your closing documentation that, are you aware of the Sierra Shadows Estates conditions, covenants, and restrictions?
To the best of my recollection, no, sir. The only thing that I knew about the neighborhood was that you can see it in some of the satellite imagery from our property. There's these 2 dirt drives that those aren't allowed to be accessed, and we try and stop people from doing that. But
So you're not aware of any documentation that you signed when you purchased the property that there indeed were conditions, covenants, and restrictions in your deed?
At current, no, I don't recall.
Are you aware of an architectural control committee?
No, I'm not. And I don't plan on adding any additional structures to the lot, so bought the home as is.
Are you aware of any statement in your deed that says no residence shall be used for any purpose other than single-family residential use?
No, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nick.
If I could just add to that, I bought from investors who they claimed they didn't have very much knowledge of the house itself. So they purchased it, made some remodeling, a kitchen and a bathroom, and then flipped it. So
Thank you, Mr. Cates.
thank you.
I'll open this up for public comment. Nick, could you turn off your microphone, please? State your name for the record, please, and you'll have 3 minutes to comment.
Good afternoon. I'm Richard Schwabe, and my wife and I own property at 1264 Kingsbury Grade and have since June of 2013. We oppose the application for a bed and breakfast at subject property. When we purchased the property, we reviewed our sales documents or our purchase documents, and it listed the zoning in our property as a single-family residence. We also reviewed the master plan and the CC&Rs, portions of the master plan, the then current master plan from 2013, and the CC&Rs, which are recorded at the county recorder in addition to getting a copy. So they provided us not only constructive knowledge, but also actual knowledge of our zoning and what types of uses are permitted for single-family residences. We relied on that information when we made the purchase. We also had, besides reliance, we also had an expectancy that those zoning prohibitions or zoning laws found in the master plan would be carried on throughout our residency. Of course, we knew, coming from Southern California, that there were such things as variances, modifications, changes, special use permits. However, we didn't anticipate that this would be kind of an easy thing to accomplish. And especially, you have a use-to-use variance where you have a single-family zoning, and then you might have a developer who's going to build single-family residences. He wants a variance for, density, street width, whatever. But that's kind of a use-to-use. Now, what we're dealing with here is a use to a different use. It's a vertical like change. And I think the board should really give more scrutiny to someone who wants to bring a business or a light industrial or something into a residential neighborhood. And I would ask that the board give this application some really strict scrutiny and think about it and not just kind of pass it off as a routine. So we are here considering a special use permit. First off, let's look at the hotel, motel industry here in Douglas County. It seems to be pretty vibrant to me. There seems to be adequate amount of rooms for the tourists, for temporary lodging, and here in Douglas County, it's also augmented by casino housing, ski lodge housing. South Lake Tahoe also has rooms available. So I don't think there's any crying need right now for any additional rooms, whether they're bed and breakfast, hotels, or whatever. I think the tourism and the tourists and the tourism industry are adequately.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Next speaker, please.
My name is Tracy Ferrante. I own the property next door to Ryan's. You saw my garage in the pictures. That area that is parking is wide open to my backyard. It's somewhat difficult to break out. People before Ryan clear cut between the accessory dwelling and my property, so it is a straight view. The additional balcony that was added after it was built for the bonus rooms is again a straight shot back into my backyard. Although I did not complain during last summer when there's quite a few transients in there, I honestly was trying to figure out what was going on with the property after it was sold. We had people out there that were somewhat noisy, but not extremely after hours. But it's very disconcerting. Unfortunately, you know, if someone's on his balcony smoking, I can smell it in my backyard, which is not what I bought my property for 20-some years ago. I also have a concern about the 208, or the access in from Foothill Road. I haven't seen, I mean, Ryan's never done it, but there have been people bringing cars back there. There's an RV park back there that doesn't have any blockage to my property. There's also built into the, again, CC&Rs, which aren't enforceable by you, 2 drainage ditches that were mitigating all the properties built above him. If those get filled in, we could foresee some issues. The last good rains we had, there was water that drained out into it. Another issue that I have concern with is renting to people without any local common knowledge of fire safety in our area. We all know what the fires can do and how close they have come to us. My house has been within a hair's breadth 3 times since I built it 25 years ago. I try and keep it fire safe, but if I can't believe that people will adhere to what we no smoking or whatnot out there during an active fire, and I actually saw that. As far as our well usage, I know that we had problems in the past. My well's deeper than the rest of my neighbors, but the 2 bedroom bonus rooms were not in part of that decision on the well and septic.
Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker.
Good
Please
afternoon.
sign in and then
Oh,
state your name for the
sorry.
record.
My name is Andrea Rogers, and I live at 220 Sierra Shadows Lane. I'm really going to speak to you folks from my heart today about what's going on. First of all, I do want to address one thing that Mr. Cates said. We were aware that there were things going on at that house last year, 100%. but we were trying to be fair neighbors to them. They were new to the neighborhood. We didn't know if these were workers, if they were doing changes to the house, and we weren't just going to start calling the county every other day complaining about people who were trying to establish themselves in our neighborhood. So we knew that there were things going on. We just didn't know what they were. We are the people that are going to be affected by this on that street. This is a quiet residential street. We know unquestionably that this is going to affect our property values. But more important than that is how this is going to affect our day-to-day lives. The peace and quiet and serenity that we love in the Carson Valley, and particularly where we live on our street. And we don't want this to be affected. I never would have chosen to live on a street that had a bed and breakfast or a hotel on it. And now this is basically being shoved down my throat because these folks have found a loophole. They were doing this illegally for a year. They got caught, and now they found a loophole in the mandates to try and do what they want to do without regard to how it's going to affect the rest of us. We rely on the mandates in this county to protect us. And the mandates in this county say that you cannot have short-term rentals. And once again, they're trying to get through this with a loophole. Everything that Mr. Cates said was about them. It was about what they want, how they want this to be, how this is going to affect their lives, with no consideration to how it's going to affect the rest of us. We don't want to be Little Tahoe in Carson Valley. And we live here to avoid the trappings of Tahoe, as I'm sure all of you do as well. And I want you to put yourself in our shoes for a minute and imagine if this was your street, if this was happening next door to you, if this was happening across the street from you, how you would feel about that. You are opening a Pandora's box to let anybody on any residential street in this valley to do exactly what they want to do. And that will just cause a plethora of problems, as I'm sure you know. I am imploring you, please do not do this. Please imagine if this was your street that this was happening on. You would not want this. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Oh, that chart you had with the 5, yeah, that one, thank you. That one, thank you. Jim Slade. As you know, Mr. Cates has been cited and fined for illegally renting his home without a vacation home rental permit. That should be taken into account today. Our county code doesn't actually allow a bed and breakfast in this area per se. It is a discretionary act, which is why it requires a special use permit, because that use is only appropriate in certain areas. In the past, I have supported that use in appropriate locations and opposed it in inappropriate ones. This chart shows, from page 36 of your packet, shows the recent history of requests for SUPs for B&Bs. 3 of the 4 approvals have been on properties zoned A19 or FR19. The only other approval on Tambourine Road, despite the fact that Ms. Rayo said that that was very similar to the current one, is not the least bit similar, and she should have said that. It is surrounded, it is at the end of a cul-de-sac, and it is surrounded by large parcels. 160-acre Forest Service parcel immediately to the south, 20-acre parcels to the north and the west, and a more than 10-acre parcel to the east. So that is a special case, not at all like this case, which is surrounded on all 4 sides by residential areas. All the others have been denied. Mr. Cates' accessory dwelling, often referred to as a mother-in-law unit, is likely legal, but those types of dwellings are designed to be rented long-term or used by friends or families desiring more privacy. They are not principally designed or allowed to be used for short-term rentals, also known as vacation home rentals. Mr. Cates also refers to his bonus room, singular, above the garage with its own entrance. Yet a closer reading indicates that that bonus room has 2 bedrooms, a bathroom, and a small kitchen. This is not a bonus room, but sounds more like an illegal apartment in an area zoned SFR1, single family residential. Before even considering this agenda item, the county should send a code inspector there to determine if this bonus room, which sounds more like an apartment, is even legal. At best, it would be a vacation home rental not currently allowed in this area. And let's look at the whole idea of a bed and breakfast. That term suggests the use of spare bedrooms, traditionally in a single-family home where the host lives, such as the Wild Rose Inn in Genoa was for many years. The host in the morning would typically prepare a homemade hot breakfast. Yet Mr. Cates is not planning to serve any breakfast whatsoever, belying the entire concept of bed and breakfast. To suggest that this application is consistent with the policy's purpose and intent of SFR 1 is absurd. To suggest that it is compatible with and preserves the character and integrity of the adjacent single-family residential neighborhood that surrounds it on all sides is folly. That staff somehow claims that the required findings can be met is more than disappointing. It is contrary to common sense. The request is not for a B&B. It is for a vacation home rental permit and is a disallowed commercial venture and must be denied.
Thank you, Mr. Slade.
Ellie Waller, determining the appropriateness of this location must be taken into consideration. Tahoe Township has more definitive zoning for tourist accommodations, much like the vacation home rentals. This is not an entitlement. Special use permits under Code 20.604.030 status designation A. The designation of a use in a land use district, especially permitted use, does not constitute an authorization or assurance that such use will be approved. Findings: when considering applications for a special use permit, the commission or board, where applicable, must evaluate the impact of the special use on its compatibility with surrounding properties and neighborhoods to ensure the appropriateness of the use at the particular location and make the following findings. The proposed use at the specific location is consistent with the policies embodied in the adopted master plan and general use permit and intent of the applicable district distinct regulations. The proposed use is compatible and preserves the character and integrity of adjacent development and neighborhoods and includes improvements or modifications, blah, blah, blah. Many people are falling into the trappings of making their home a glorified hotel replacement for various reasons, like not having enough money to repair their homes or cannot afford the home without the rental capability. I have been to 2 vacation home rental advisory board meetings. They've been long, arduous meetings and address the same issues of affordability. I repeat, this is not an entitlement. I did hear Mr. Cates' pleas at one of these meetings, and he didn't know he couldn't have an Airbnb in the Valley. I find it difficult to believe that he didn't know about the policy not allowing VHRs in the Valley, and that needs to be taken into consideration as well. The ordinance has been in process for several years on the VHRs and has certainly been highlighted in the news. Information is readily available. I want to thank Andrea Rogers, who I don't know who came today, but I do want to quote from her public comment I read in the packet. First, the residents of Sierra Shadows Lane are fully against this designation. We are not only greatly concerned as how this will affect our property values, we are concerned for our safety, having strangers, tourists regularly staying on our quiet street. Many of us who live in Carson Valley chose the area specifically to avoid the trappings. I agree that this is somewhat of a loophole. I want to thank Commissioner Klutz for saying so, and needs further investigation by staff and possibly an ordinance update before a precedent gets set. The bed and breakfast should be denied. I'm glad that conditions can be set. I was happy to hear that there's going to be a fire inspection. Limitations on the number of occupants should be also addressed, just like the VHRs. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellie. Next speaker.
My name is Mike Kirschner. Good afternoon, members of the commission. My wife Karen and I live at 226 Sierra Shadows Lane, which is 4 doors up from the applicant's parcel. And I believe you've received my letter it appears that you have received the letter. So I'm not going to go ahead and read the entire letter. I do want to say that I concur with all the previous opinions that the nature and character of our neighborhood will severely be impacted by a commercial enterprise. I'm just going to summarize some of the things that I think you have on that letter. Again, there is a Sierra Shadows Estates Association. It's not an existing association, but there are CCNRs that are documented and recorded through the county. And I believe I put that document number down for you, 1993-302-603. Essentially, my concern is that all the neighbors in this neighborhood only received notice approximately 10 days before this commission meeting. So we were never aware of this application or this application process, and that there was a bed and breakfast being applied for. My concern is that the applicant never came to any of the neighbors. There are specific CCNRs for this neighborhood. There's 7 parcels that are part of that estates, and we never received notice, and everything that he is applying for is in strict violation of those CCNRs. If I may, no residence shall be used for any purpose other than single-family residential use. No business or profession shall be carried on or conducted upon any portion of the said premises. This is straight from the CCNRs. I do have a copy if you'd like to see it. Bread and breakfast, which is expressly prohibited by the CCNRs. The Douglas County Master Plan designates Sierra Shadows Lane as SFR1, single-family residential. There are no other commercial businesses or enterprise within the entire Sierra Shadows, Autumn Hills, Foothill Road, Kingsbury Grade community, and to allow a special use permit for a commercial business would set an irreversible precedent damaging to the residential and semi-rural character of the neighborhood. I see my time's up. You do have a copy of this, I believe. Just most importantly, most property owners in the Sierra Shadows Lane are longtime residents who moved to the area for the small town, tranquil, semi-rural character that it provides, and expect it to remain that way per the zoning and master planning that the county created. Thank you for your consideration of the residents of the area and the concerns.
Thank you, sir. Any other speakers? Colleen, do we have anyone on Zoom?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, I've reached out and nobody has responded that they would like to comment.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
My name is Sean Klein. I live at 233 Sierra Shadows, about 100 feet south west from the parcel here. Much the way you addressed everybody here, Ryan, I'd like to address you. I respect the entrepreneurship of what you're trying to accomplish. I moved my family here in
Sir, please direct your comments to us.
I moved my family out here on Sierra Shadows in 2014, where my wife and my 4 children have lived very peacefully and calmly, and we love it here. I too was interested in creating a vacation rental, so I bought a commercial property in a zone for that in Genoa, and I'm currently developing it. Because I do very, very much believe that the zoning is what you should expect to see. And I think that it's the Planning Commission's responsibility to ensure that those zones are protected and used for what they're supposed to be used for. So overall, I think this would have had a possibility if it was addressed with the community correctly. The CCNRs and lack of HOA have been a great thing because our community looks after itself. Our street looks after itself. And unfortunately, I wasn't even aware of this until about 3 days ago. So to be surprised to find this out tells me that I'm probably going to have more surprises down the road for my family. And if Ryan would like to pursue this, then I would imagine communicating with the local community in advance with a good plan might be the best way to do that, instead of trying to get a decision here today. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Ryan, you had your time. Thank you.
This will be brief. I'm Dee Dee Woodruff. I live at 232 Sierra Shadows. Okay, I'm Dee Dee Woodruff. I live at 232 Sierra Shadows, 3 doors up from the property, and I just wanted to say that I do oppose it because I concur with all of my neighbors on what they had to say. And that's all I got to say.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. I'm Karen Kirschner. I live at 226 Sierra Shadows. I concur with what everyone has shared. I am opposed to it. I wouldn't have ever bought our house if I'd known a bed and breakfast was going in. It just isn't something that I would really want to be in a neighborhood with, and you would not expect it in the neighborhood we live in. It doesn't seem to fit in to me. I respect Ryan and his entrepreneurship, but I don't think it is a good fit for our neighborhood. And in my mind, there's no doubt that it will hurt our property values, because why would you want to buy a house when there's a bed and breakfast a few doors down? So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Any other speakers? Seeing none, I will close public comment and reserve comment. Thank you, sir. And reserve comment to the commissioners. One quick comment I would like to make is I drove by this property on Thursday or Friday, and I did see the public hearing notice posted on Sierra Shadows. Lucille, when did you see the sign posted?
Mr. Cates sent us a sign shortly after we mailed him the notice to place the sign there. I believe it's been up for 10 days.
Thank you. Are there comments from or questions from commissioners? Bryce?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Rayo, one thing I didn't see in the packet that is a little intriguing to me is what is the definition of an accessory dwelling? And I apologize, it's probably in the code and I didn't have a chance to go look at it, but what is the definition? Because when I look at this particular property, I see a house that's connected. It doesn't seem to me to be an accessory dwelling. So I'm just curious what the definition is.
For the record, Lucio Rayo, we'll get the code section for you. I believe Sam's pulling it up. But someone that's one of the members in the audience spoke. The difference, it's a really small difference between what we consider an accessory dwelling and not. And it all has to do with the stove, and that's in our Appendix A, as far as what makes the kitchen a kitchen, and whether we deem it an accessory dwelling or not. Again, maybe another code cleanup. But let's see if Sam, were you able to? Okay, so we have the definition.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. Sam Booth, Deputy Director, Community Development. I'll just read to you, Bryce, the definition from the code here. An accessory dwelling is an attached or detached dwelling unit which are determined by minor design review to be accessory to the permitted principal use, which provides complete independent living facilities for one or more persons, including permanent provisions for living, sleeping, eating, cooking, and sanitation, which is intended for occupation by paying or non-paying guests, members of the family, or a person employed on the premises, which is located on the same parcel as the permitted principal use. So I think there's a couple of things there. It can be attached or detached. A lot of times we think of an accessory dwelling unit as a separate unit on the property, but it can be attached. someone employed on the property or a family member. It doesn't matter in either case there. As Lucille said, the main thing that usually triggers that is also our definition in the building code and in Title 20 that defines that a unit has a kitchen, a full kitchen in it. And we have a provision definition in the code for a wet bar. And very often when we're reviewing single-family residence architectural plans, the building department and the planning department are discussing whether or not something constitutes an accessory dwelling. Basically, if you have a second full kitchen in a house, now you need to get a minor design review approved for an accessory dwelling. And my understanding is in this case, he does have approval for an accessory dwelling.
David?
David Nelson for the record. A little bit of discussion about covenants, conditions, and restrictions has gone on here. And I can assure you that anybody who's gone through escrow, and if there are recorded CNRs on that property, you would have been given a copy in escrow. There's no question about that. Whether you read them or not is up to you. But those are recorded documents that go with that property. And we've heard from two people that these were recorded, and I believe they were recorded, because this was a fairly substantial development when it was developed, and that's when the CCNRs are developed. And so I think Mr. Cates maybe didn't read his CCNRs, but they're there, and they should stand. Most people read them when they buy a property, and if there's anything in there they can't abide by, they shouldn't buy that property, because other people in that project are reading them also and saying, this is what I expect my community to remain and obey these covenants, these promises that have been made, and the covenants, the conditions, and restrictions that go with that property. So we've also heard from a lot of neighbors that are objecting to this, and that's why it's a special use permit, so neighbors can come in and object to what is being proposed that is not consistent with the rest of the neighborhood. So obviously you can tell where I'm going to vote, and so I'll let it stand at that. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Kirk?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with all of the things that Mr. Nelson just said. I think he puts that very well. He's obviously got great experience. I think where the confusion could possibly be, and it would have been helpful to have information on the CCNRs. Again, we don't adjudicate those. We don't enforce those. It's not something that is, as the chair said previously, within our purview, but it may have been that they were filed in 1993. I think Mr. Kirschner may have said that it's not an existing association, so if the association has disbanded, perhaps they're no longer in force. But I guess from a common sense perspective, Mr. Cates, it looks like you got 7 neighbors against you. And I hate to give advice from the Planning Commission, but you're probably going to need a lawyer if this goes through, because you really have to consider what your neighbors' concerns may be. They may have not filed complaints. They may have not voiced them in the past. I'm concerned, I think the second speaker in public comment, Tracy, who lives the nearest to you, raised some legitimate concerns about noise and odors. Those are specifically addressed in finding B that must be met. So I think that's something that everyone should be aware of. But those are my observations, and again, I thank Commissioner Nelson for his experience in this issue and his comments that were very much on point.
Madam Chair, if I may, real quick. Just a quick reminder that whenever commission members are discussing this matter, it is helpful for the record to explain how your comments relate to the findings one way or another, like what Kirk just did. It's a great example. Thank you, Kirk.
Bryce?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too echo Commissioner Nelson's comments. I respect what Mr. Cates is trying to do, and I understand that you've met with some neighbors that have shared that they might be in support of this. Unfortunately, we haven't seen that support. That support is clearly not in the room today. And that's really the purpose of a special use permit, so that the community can come out and voice their, either they can voice opposition or they can voice their support. And it's clear today that they're in opposition. So I will be voting against this based on the fact that I don't believe it meets findings A, B, and H.
The findings are on page 7 through 9 in our packet. If you want to look through those, so when you do make your vote, if you are going to vote against the project, you can let me know for the record which ones you are not going to, or which ones you are going to use to substantiate your nay vote, if that's how you're going to vote. I have a question for staff. In the beginning of the packet, you say that it was confirmed that all, on page 3, that all past due taxes are paid with the exception of the late fees of $1,261.22. Have those been paid to date?
For the record, Lucille Rayo, no, that's still outstanding. I believe Mr. Cates did say that he applied for a waiver. When I spoke to our finance department, there is, and also our code enforcement officer, supervisor, they cannot waiver them. They cannot write them off. He has to pay them.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, if I may, in addition.
Yes.
Yeah, this is Sam Taylor from Douglas County DAs for the record. I looked up the January, my notes from the January 20th BOCC meeting. They specifically indicated to Mr. Cates that he is required to not only pay the $1,250 fine, which was reduced from $5,000, but also the outstanding past due TOT taxes, penalties.
Thank you very much, Mr. Taylor. Any other comments from commissioners? Ken?
I think definitely there's a problem with the language between the difference of the B&Bs and the VHRs and the special use permit that we're working on today. I think that no others should be heard until we figure out the language in Douglas County on VHRs and B&Bs. Thank you.
Sorry, does that mean you are going to be voting against this?
Yes.
Do you have a finding that you are going to equate with your nay vote?
Yes. Nay.
A. Mark?
I too am opposed to this, and I'd like to cite finding A.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Walder, for the record, I can be more specific. I would cite finding B to be in opposition, which says the proposed use is compatible and preserves the character and integrity of adjacent development and neighborhoods and includes improvements or modifications either on-site or within the public right-of-ways to mitigate development-related adverse impacts such as traffic, noise, odors, visual nuisances, or other similar adverse effects to adjacent development and neighborhoods. I know Mr. Cates said that he planned to do things in the future, but our required finding B is very specific that the improvements and modifications need to be done before approval.
Thank you. Mark, do you have something else you'd like to say?
No, I have nothing else. If we're ready to move to a motion.
David?
It's not in the findings, however, I think the CC&Rs speak for themselves, and that's why I am voting against this.
So you don't have a finding?
If you have to have a finding, B, I'll go along with Kurt.
Nick?
I oppose this based on finding B.
And I agree with Ken, we need to have more specific language with regards to a VHR and a B&B. I take great objection to Mr. Cates and his attempt to find any wiggle room that he can within the code. I read the minutes of the VHR minute. I was present at the Board of Commissioners meeting when he was giving his presentation there. I read our packet and his letter to us, and it just appears to me that where there is any place to wiggle out of a regulation, it is done. And I think we need to tighten up the code. We need to tighten up the language so that if this comes to us again, there is no place for anyone to say, oops, we used the word may instead of should and will. With regards to bed and breakfast, they will serve food or they will serve coffee. They will do something to comply with the word breakfast. None of this. We don't have to. They will. So I am going to go with finding A and B. And looks like we have 7 votes against. I know we want to do a positive motion. So Mark, if you want to craft.
Madam Chairman, can I make one comment before we go to a motion?
Yes, please.
I do want to thank Lucille for her very good work on this project. Obviously, a lot of these comments came in at the last minute before you prepared your packet, Lucille. You very fairly and impartially presented all of the viewpoints. You afforded the public comment that caused many of us to look at the findings very carefully, and I do want to thank you for your hard work on this project.
Mark, do you have a motion?
Yes. I recommend denial of DP 22-0019, a special use permit for Patrick Cates.
No, not Patrick.
I'm sorry.
He has no relationship to Patrick Cates, our county manager.
I do apologize for that, for Ryan Cates. And I believe that each and every commissioner here has given their own findings as to why this cannot be met.
Is there a second?
So moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Against? Motion passes unanimously. We will take a 10-minute break. We will be back at 10 to 3.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
The commissioners are back in their seats. I will have all private conversations cease and cell phones turned off. Mr. Booth, are you ready to start your presentation?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. This is Sam
Madam
Booth.
Chair, Sam, before you start, is it appropriate now to go with a disclosure, or would you prefer to have those after the staff presentation or the?
I was told we did not have to disclose anything. Okay. Can someone shut that back door, please, or ask those people to move? Thank you. Mr. Booth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sam Booth, Deputy Director of Community Development. Item number 2 that we have on the agenda this afternoon.
Excuse me, do I need to read this into the record?
Thank you. I was just about to do that for you. Thank you.
Ding dong. For possible action, discussion on a request for a zoning map amendment, reference DP 22-0024, and a planned development amendment, reference DP 22-0022 to PD 03-004, which would change the zoning within Unit 5 of the Clear Creek Tahoe Plan Development from PR Private Recreation / PD Plan Development to SFR 8,000, single-family residential 8,000 square foot minimum parcel size / PD plan development for approximately 7.8 acres, as well as amending the development standards for golf cottages within Unit 5 to allow a maximum height of 50 feet. The rezoning is being requested to allow single-family residential uses rather than previously approved timeshare / lodging uses on the subject parcel. The property is located south of U.S. Highway 50 and Old Clear Creek Road within the Indian Hills / Jacks Valley Community Plan. The subject parcel is approximately 7.8 acres in size. The property owner is Clear Creek Holdings LLC. APN number or APN 1419-03-002-051. Sam Booth presenting.
Okay, thank you once again, Madam Chair. Sam Booth, Deputy Director of Community Development. For the record, appreciate you reading that lengthy title, Madam Chair. This agenda item 2 today has 2 parts to it, and those you just read there, but what we're discussing with item 2 is a zoning map amendment, as well as a plan development amendment. Again, this is for Unit 5 within the Clear Creek Tahoe Plan Development. And the request is to change the zoning of that parcel, 7.8 acres in Unit 5, from private recreation / plan development overlay to SFR 8,000, single-family residential 8,000 zoning with a plan development overlay. I know there were some questions in opening public comment about the APN, and I generally addressed that earlier. The APN you read there, ending in 051, and the site I'll show you on the next slide. So this is the site location. The image on the lower left hand of the screen in your packet or your presentation page there. In the red outline, you can see the boundary of the Clear Creek Tahoe Plan Development. And as we said in the description, this is south of Highway 50, and south of Old Clear Creek Road. It's Golf Club Drive is the main entrance down into the site. The zoomed in image here on the right side of your screen, you can see the parcel in question. That APN ending in 051 is just this parcel highlighted in the bluish color, 7.8 acres in total. The entirety of Clear Creek Tahoe, that's 1,576 acres, again highlighted in red there. We note in the packet, and there's some images in the specific plan themselves that show the outer boundary of Clear Creek has an existing conservation easement. And there's a parcel that surrounds almost the entirety of the Clear Creek development that's 521.59 acres in size. Again, the subject parcel's 7.8 acres. So in your packet, I included a discussion on the background and some history of the approvals for the Clear Creek development. The reason for including this here is because there is quite a lengthy history to this development and the approval process and some of the amendments over time. And so, as you can see, the project was originally approved by the Board of Commissioners in September of 2003. At that time, they approved a resolution which did a master plan change to change this site, the 1,576 acres, from agricultural and forest and range to receiving area. The implication there is that the receiving area designation, as the Planning Commission knows, allows the increase in density and allows the property to be rezoned if and only if transfer of development rights are used in order to do that. And that's conditioned on the approval of zoning applications. And the final step in that is that the TDRs are dedicated to the property as part of the final map process. So a master plan amendment was approved to establish the entirety of the area as receiving area. And then a few months later, and that I believe is because the two readings required for the ordinance, in November of 2003, the board approved the ordinance officially rezoning the acreage from agriculture and forest and range to several different districts that are included in the plan development, but single family 1 acre, single family 8,000 square foot, private recreation, and again, forest and range 19 is that conservation area around the outside of the development, all with a plan development overlay, and that was approved as part of the plan development as well. There was litigation in 2004 from the Alpine View Estates Homeowners Association. The court, at the request of the HOA in 2004, revoked the approvals that were made in 2003 by the board. As the process worked its way out over 2 years, in 2006, the court finally issued an order reversing that previous writ of mandamus that revoked the approvals. They denied that, and therefore they directed the board that they could reinstate the approvals, and the board did that with a subsequent resolution reinstating the approvals from 2003. So it took till 2006 for the approvals to finally take effect, and they reverted back to those 2003 approvals. From 2007 to today, there have been several modifications, quite a few modifications to the development as it's moved through the development stages. The ownership of the development has changed hands. 3 major modifications were reviewed and approved by the Planning Commission and the Board of Commissioners. Again, I outlined those in your packet. And 8 minor modifications were approved by Douglas County staff. Where we stand today, and I believe the applicant has some better images to show you this or discuss this with you, but I believe 8 out of 11 of the approved phases in the development have recorded. And what's remaining is Unit 3B, which has 31 lots, Unit 5, which we're discussing today, 22 lots, and finally Unit 6, which is 50 lots. And what I should state is this is out of a total 384 lots that were approved for the Clear Creek plan development. So I wanted to pause it at this point to discuss what is a plan development overlay district, how does the code define that, and just have a short discussion on that. There's quite a bit on your screen here, but I think at the top, this is important, the purpose of the plan development overlay. It's intended to provide a method of comprehensive planning for smaller, less complex development projects that are typically processed with a specific plan, and it meets one or more of the following criteria. There's 6 criteria here, but there's several that you could imagine applying to the Clear Creek development. The site contains topographic constraints, environmental resources, or other features which require special consideration. A more efficient and desirable design can be achieved through flexible design standards or mixed land use patterns And so that's how you end up with one development that has multiple zoning districts within it. We're looking for flexible products within the development and flexible design standards as well to make the site more unique. Obviously, adequate public facilities and infrastructure have to exist or be provided by the applicant, and there's quite a few others there. But there also, it's explained a little further in the general provisions of a plan development. And I think these three that I chose just specifically here on this slide, A, that a plan development overlay may be proposed as an overlay zone with any zoning district, provided that the type and intensity of uses is consistent with the master plan and the base zoning district. And we'll get into that and discuss that later in the presentation. But if you're going to propose a plan development, you have to be consistent with the underlying zoning. The provisions here go on a little further to speak about that. An overlay is typically utilized for projects at least 5 acres in size. Of course, we know this is well over 5 acres. There must be design benefits included or site amenities. And what the county essentially is looking for in a plan development is there's the potential for flexibility in development regulations if the project brings benefits and site amenities that make it a unique product. D here, that the application for a PD overlay shall include and combine the applications of approval necessary for implementation, which includes but isn't limited to subdivision of land, design review, and special use permit. So you'll notice in the packet description today, there's a discussion about the tentative subdivision map. The applicant will speak to that, but they're not proposing any major changes to the tentative subdivision map, but the process is outlined that the tentative map follows the plan development through the approval process. And if you make changes to the plan development, you're making changes to the tentative map at the same time. And then, of course, that if the project's in a receiving area, that transfer of development rights must be used in establishment of the zoning for that. And we know that's the case. The underlying land use here is receiving area. There was a question about whether or not a master plan amendment is needed on the site. A master plan amendment isn't needed for this requested zoning change because any zoning can be proposed in a master planned receiving area. Again, if you increase the density there, you have to bring TDRs, transfer of development rights for that. I think there were also some questions about that revision procedure. What constitutes a major modification that must go to the board, and those 3 items that went to the Planning Commission and board previously, versus what items can be approved by staff at an administrative level and are minor. In 20.676110, revision procedures here, you can see a public hearing by the Planning Commission and board is required before revisions to the plan which involve changes in land use, which we're discussing today, expansion or intensification of the development. We're not discussing, I believe, expansion or intensification of the development or changes in the standards of development that may be approved. Again, we're discussing changes in the standards today. So typically when staff is, maybe an applicant's reaching out or staff's reviewing an application to see if this is a minor or a major application, number one, does it change the land use in that plan development? Is it expanding the boundaries of that plan development? Is it intensifying, generally increasing the number of approved units in that plan development? If it's not doing those things, or again, changing the standards, then this provision goes on to say that the director can determine a case-by-case basis which things are major or which things are minor, in the process for doing that. So with that being said, again, we're discussing a change from private recreation zoning in the subject parcel to single-family residential 8,000. The parcel in question, again, that APN is, in Unit 5 is this piece right here, kind of on the eastern boundary of the development. You can see on the left-hand side the current specific plan land use exhibit on page 14 of the specific plan shows that as private recreation area. As we reviewed the approvals in that history, I can confirm, number one, that these units, and this is Unit 5 was included as part of the private recreation zoning district, as well as the fact that the original approval included approval for units and lots within this development. So that was approved with the original tentative map. And the request today is to change to the map on the right side of your screen. You can see that reddish color changing from the yellow to the red. The applicant is requesting to designate the zoning here, again, as SFR 8000, but in the plan development and in the specific plan, it's defined as cottage lots. They just have essentially a different name for the zoning within their development. So cottage lots are single-family residential 8,000 zoning, and the specific plan calls that out. The current private recreation zoning development standards, they follow the permitted uses in Douglas County Code. Again, if you remember the plan development provisions section there, it said you must comply with the underlying zoning, even though you're establishing a plan development overlay. It calls out specifically 20.658.020. These are non-residential zoning standards for private recreation. If you look at our code table, included with private recreation are the commercial zoning districts, public facilities, things like that, but not the residential zoning districts. So early on in this application, the property owner, the applicants, discussed with staff what the proper entitlement process was for this and their requested change. And we identified that because the private recreation zoning district and Douglas County Code does not allow single-family uses, that simply just changing the wording within the specific plan or the plan development wasn't enough, that we needed to go with a zoning change. The plan does call out that the originally intended use and description for these 22 units in Unit 5 were as timeshare lodging associated with the golf course, and the site's location is next to the clubhouse facility. So timeshare lodging was discussed. There was language, and this is again, probably hard to see on your screen, but about the third paragraph down, it discusses that the units are currently designated as private recreation, but as the project develops, it may be determined that it's more appropriate to develop these as single-family homes versus timeshare lodging units. And then it goes on to say, that being said, it's possible that the units may ultimately be classified as golf lodges, SFR 8000, as the project progresses. That reference to golf lodges, I believe, is a typo in the plan, because it does call out SFR 8000, and we know SFR 8000 is associated with golf cottages, not golf lodges. However, the point there being that when the plan was originally approved, the developer at the time included that language. It must have been their intent that, there could be a possibility that they wanted to see these units developed as single family. Obviously, the approval that the county gave was for timeshare lodging in the private recreation zoning. So we know the process is needed to rezone the property, but there was language originally included in the plan that perceived this could take place. Another important thing to touch on, and was in the title there, the applicant's also requesting that the development standards within this zoning district allow a 50-foot max building height. And currently, and you can see on this page for the private recreation standards, in the right-hand side here, the maximum building height is listed as 50 feet. This is because there was a variance approved with the original approval by the Board of Commissioners in 2003 that gave the ability for 50-foot height to be approved for this. So their request, and I believe it's in your packet on page 133, and there's quite a few other pages from the specific plan. The applicant has clouded the language that they are hoping to change here. They're proposing to change to add the 22 units from private recreation, to move them over to the golf cottage development standards page. By doing that, we're rezoning the property essentially, because we're changing it from private recreation to single family, and then to allow the permitted uses for residential, which is in 20.656.020. Along with that, the applicant's requesting to keep that 50-foot max building height, and add language to the golf cottages page that would allow that. You can see that in the clouding here. Per staff recommended, a recommended condition that we have on the application today, we would like to revise that to only include these 22 units, which were previously approved at 50 feet in height. I think the language as proposed by the applicant would give the ability for all golf cottages to have a 50-foot height approval. It wasn't their intent to do that, and I reached out and discussed that with them prior to the meeting. I believe they're in agreement to the condition that we'll add a sentence here that will just define that max building heights approved at 50 feet for 22 units within Unit 5. It's just this phase only because it was previously approved that way. And then again, obviously the other page that would be amended would be within the private recreation standards, just to remove that language about those 22 lodging units because they no longer live there. Updating on the left-hand side there, you can see that's the map of Clear Creek, just a vicinity map essentially, and the acreage associated with private recreation is reduced after that acreage is removed. Also included, as I said earlier, with the request with the plan development, it's the tentative subdivision map amendment. No major changes here. The applicant is proposing those revisions in accordance with the plan development and zoning map amendment to update the subdivision map. They did have a description that they have some new available data, some new information on fault lines and topography on this site as they've taken a closer look at it. But no changes to the lots are proposed with this. We do have conditions in the approval today on this item that include to clarify that the final map design of the lots and the roads must conform to driveway spacing standards within Title 20 and Douglas County improvement standards. If you see just the generic design here and included in the packet, I think we have some blow-ups of that and the applicant has that. One thing we identified in reviewing this that we hadn't caught before was that there's a provision of code that only allows 2 homes to utilize one combined driveway. And beyond that, you need to make it a public road. So here, there's 2 streets or stub driveways, essentially, that one of them serves 3 homes and then one serves 6 homes. We've talked to the applicant about we believe they can move the cul-de-sac to the south to accommodate those 6 homes with access directly onto the cul-de-sac road and potentially provide one more driveway so that we're not in conflict with that provision of the code. So it would be conditioned that before they would submit a site improvement permit on the site that they would have to meet that standard. Quite a few findings of fact for these 2 amendments that are requested here in your packet. My staff report and those findings and analysis is on page 86, and the applicant's responses start on page 177. First and foremost, we have a zoning map amendment. It has 4 findings, A, B, C, and D. Staff believes that each of these findings for the zoning map amendment can be made. You can see those here in our responses. The first being that an amendment is consistent with the policies embodied in the adopted master plan and the underlying land use designation contained in the land use plan. So the master plan has designated this site as receiving area. As we said, receiving area allows single-family residential zoning to be proposed if you're utilizing transfer of development rights. So my staff response was to that effect, that it conforms with the master plan. I think in public comment, there was a question about, okay, but which policies, point to that, I think, or further this request. So there's one policy specifically, I think there's several others in the land use chapter that promote it, but one policy specifically speaks to this within the Indian Hills Jacks Valley Community Plan. That's policy number 10, and it says that ensure that future development in the Clear Creek specific plan development, which is characterized by Gulf Estate lots surrounded by alpine meadows and forest lands, is consistent with the specific plan and remains hidden from off-site views. Maintain buffer areas within the Alpine View Estates, or with the Alpine View Estates, and Freedom Ranch subdivisions to the southeast. And I believe that policy is furthered by this application in that the application, number one, is consistent with the specific plan. As I said, the specific plan included language that perceived this may be possible or this may be pursued by the applicant in the future. That language that said that they may be in the future designated as single-family residential. Additionally, this site here, Unit 5, is behind some significant topography in Clear Creek that does buffer it directly from the southeast and maintains, of course, the buffer areas with any surrounding areas because of the conservation easement that surrounds the entirety of Clear Creek. Finding B is that the amendment will not be inconsistent with adequate public facilities. We've reviewed this. We had a staff meeting with Public Works and our engineering department and had a thorough discussion about this. We believe it meets each of the standards in our improvement standards and design standards in Title 20. Public Works specifically said, and this is some underlined language that I added just for the presentation today, that the proposed request will not affect the existing water and sewer service agreements, contracts that they have in place with Douglas, with Clear Creek and Douglas County and Carson City Public Works. They did not believe that it was an increase in demand on water or sewer or any change to those existing agreements. So we do believe it's consistent with adequate public facilities. Of course, water and sewer, gas is all provided today to the development. Finding C is that the amendment's compatible with the actual and master plan use of the adjacent properties. The subject site and the adjacent properties here, again, around the east side of the development is forest and range. And that is a conservation easement that's buffering, acting as a buffer between this development and any outside development. Beyond that, internally, I believe it is compatible as well. If you looked back at that image of the specific plan, the golf cottages are adjacent to Unit 5. And so the SFR 8000 zoning that's existing in Clear Creek is adjacent to Unit 5, and we believe is compatible with it. All of the uses in Clear Creek beyond the private recreation zoning are single-family uses, varying lot sizes between 8,000, a half an acre, or 1 acre lots. And then finally, the last finding is that if it's in a receiving area, that they're using TDRs. Yes, they are originally approved with the 384 units and the increase in density and the inclusion of some of the commercial areas. 414 development rights were needed for the development. We have proof that Clear Creek has purchased those development rights and owns those development rights. And as each phase of the development's recording, they are recording the development rights to the property. So believe it's consistent there as well. There's quite a few more findings for plan development amendment in your packet, and there are 13 findings for plan development. If you have any questions for me here, I'd be happy to answer any questions. Those are in your packet. Again, staff believes that the findings can be made in this instance. Generally, they're following the same guidelines of those first four with the zoning map amendment. And just again, just to, as an overall thought here, the specific plan and plan development have already been approved. The board has determined that this location, this site, is suitable for a plan development, suitable for single-family uses. They're using transfer development rights. The changes that they're making today are specific to one unit, and that's Unit 5.
Are there any questions for staff at this time? David?
Yeah, Sam, I'm wondering, 50 feet is pretty tall.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we usually 35 is the maximum feet in the county. Anything about elevators in buildings over a certain height?
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, sir.
Sam Booth for the record. No, Dave, I don't believe that in this height that I think roughly 3 stories is what the applicant's looking at, that elevators would be required. I'd defer to their engineer maybe further for that question. And should also mention that members of Clear Creek are here, and I believe they do have a presentation to make, Madam Chair.
I just want to get any questions for you out of the way while you're sitting there. Any other questions for staff at this time? Mark?
Sam, so you talked about the TDRs. How many TDRs are required for a single family versus their recreational original plan?
Thank you, Mr. Nedernip. Sam Booth for the record. It's a good question, and I found a letter early on from, I think, 2006 from our planning manager, maybe assistant director at the time, discussing this with Clear Creek. But essentially, how it was originally approved, because those while this was private recreation zoning and the lodge in those areas were looked at as essentially commercial, because these were units, and as we discussed on the previous item, with kitchens in them, so they're full residential units, the county required that each of those would require a transfer of development right for each of those units, similar to single family. So the short answer to your question is that there's no change. They required 22 development rights for these 22 units originally, and changing to single family still requires 22 development rights.
Okay, are you aware of any other variances where we've allowed people to go 50 feet high on a?
Sam Booth again for the record. Offhand, I'm not aware of any other variances for single family at 50 feet in height. As the Planning Commission probably remembers, we had the Minden Senior Living Project we reviewed, I think last year, 2 years ago, special use permit within a neighborhood commercial zoning. They requested, I think, 42 feet in height. We've had others certainly discuss in the last few years the restrictions that 35 feet can place on a project. But beyond that, in my 3 short years here with the county, I don't know any other projects.
Okay, and since this is a planned unit development, I'm assuming that if this is adopted today, they would have to comply with the current rules?
Is that, Mr. Neddenrip, is your question related to the current rules for the height standards? Or is that for any of the other code standards?
Any of the other code standards.
Okay, exactly, yes. Yes, with this, if there were any other provisions in what we've reviewed, again, with the tentative subdivision map and the plan development and the specific plan, that's all subject to today's current standards that I know of. The applicant hasn't made us aware of any agreements that would bind them to older language in the code, and I don't believe that they would have that ability.
Thank you.
On page 89 of our packet, under number 12, it says that the developer has submitted documentation that the required 414 development rights required for the entirety of the specific plan have been certified and acquired. So that's how many there are for the project. Any other questions? If not, then we will have, thank you, Sam, we'll have the applicant come up and speak.
For the record, Brent Nassett, Kimley Horn, the applicant's representative. The applicant is Clear Creek Holdings. There we go. Okay, again, for the record, Brent Nassett. Thank you for your time. Appreciate Mr. Booth and his staff's time. Obviously, there's a lot of work behind the scenes on an application like this. Appreciate being here in front of you today. You can go to the next slide. Okay, I'll do a brief overview of Clear Creek as it stands today and give you an update on the development. It's 1,576 acres. It's all single-family residential out there. There is a golf course. There's a new clubhouse that was opened up last year. There are some associated site amenities for the residents up there. The important thing that I'll reinforce through here is there was 384 units that are approved. There will be 384 units with this action. There's no change to that total number of units. There was some off-site infrastructure that was originally proposed with this development. All that off-site infrastructure has been completed in conjunction with Public Works. There's some on-site infrastructure in terms of utilities, but all those plans have been vetted, and we're working through the various approvals with the county. Go ahead. Mr. Booth noted this during his presentation, but just a note, everything up here in gray is generally been constructed already. Roadways have been constructed. Sites are being sold, or site lots are being sold. The Unit 6 in green, I'll note that has actually been recorded. There's 50 lots within there that have been recorded. They just recently started construction, so that is a phase that's underway. And then the one in red up there is Unit 3B, that's 31 lots. And then the one in really that we're talking about today is Unit 5, which is 22 lots. So almost 85% of Clear Creek has been mapped. And so the project is moving along, but it is nearing a completion. Next. So the reason for the major modification today is just the zoning of that one parcel. And so it is part of an overall development. Obviously, there's a lot of documents that Mr. Booth referenced, but we are talking about one parcel today and moving that from a single-family residential, to match some of the other single-family residential, which is up there in red. Next slide. And this is, again, Mr. Booth already showed this, so I don't need to reinforce this again, but this is just to blow up that area, on the east side of the development and kind of changing the underlying zoning from private recreation to a proposed zoning of single-family residential. And the main thing I'll reinforce with this is the private recreation that's out there today does allow for the development of 22 units, but they are a timeshare unit. And so it is a different type of use, for the development. It would be a different type of use that would be for Clear Creek. The single-family use, would be similar to the rest of the development, private home ownership by one owner. Next slide. Okay, so this table up here, I'll walk through this. So the current entitlement, the total number of lots in the development is 384. After this action, it'll be 384. So there will be no change to the number of lots in the development. The total number of lots in Unit 5 is 22. After this action, there will be 22. So there's no change in the number of approved lots or units within the development for Unit 5. The max height in Unit 5 was 50 feet as approved by a variance back in 2003. This will remain to be 50 feet after this action. And then the current zoning is what is changing. It's going from a private recreation to allow a single-family residential home to be constructed in lieu of a timeshare as it's currently noted. And there's some language up there that Mr. Booth referenced, but that this was always contemplated. This movement to a single-family residential unit might be something that the developer would want to do in the future as the development is completed. And it has came to that a timeshare just isn't really as applicable. Next slide. I think I've got a few more, maybe. They might be hidden. There we go. Okay. So there was a reference on the view sheds, and again, the reason for the 50-foot height max for this part of the development is a lot of it's the topography. As this site it's up against the side of a hill. The building envelope sizes that you're able to do are a little bit smaller because of that height restriction, so that's why we want to go to 50 feet. The county's calculation for building height is the average of the natural ground around the building, which makes a height of 35 feet. In some spots, you might actually only have a building height of 20 feet. And we've looked at several lots in this area, though that might be the case. And so you end up having a much larger building footprint to get the adequate size that you want, which makes it a little bit more problematic. So having that flexibility, and I think it's flexibility because I don't think every building would be out there, would try to be 50 feet. That might not be what ultimately happens. But having the flexibility, especially for some sites that are on a steeper grade, would allow for a little bit better product that would blend in with the surroundings, knowing where this is at. So the view sheds that are shown here, this is actually from the original approved specific plan. So the view shed, as it's shown here, the area in green is what cannot be seen from the point, and it's hard to read there, but there's a little yellow dot at the bottom right corner. So the one on the left here there's an emergency access road that's out there today. This is the view shed looking up at Clear Creek from the end of the emergency access road. And you'll see that most of Clear Creek cannot be seen from there, and that's strictly because of the topography. You're several hundred feet below the development. You cannot see into development or see much of it. The next one to the right there, it's a little bit further down and further to the southeast. That's actually from Alpine View Estates. That again is looking back at the development. And there is portions of Clear Creek that were noted then. I think it says 15 to 20 homes that may be able to be seen from there depending on how these home sites are developed. But much of Clear Creek, to include this area, and there's a little snippet of the one to the right, it's hard to see where Unit 5 fits in, but it is in an area that is shielded. And if you go out there today, you'll see that's a large outcropping that blocks a lot of this area from the view to from the Alpine View Estates area. So just a note on view sheds on there. And I think that might be all I need to get into. I think I had some pictures in there. I don't know if they're applicable, but yeah, I think that's fine. Yeah, here was just some pictures to give everybody a visual of what that rock outcropping looks like. It's on the other side of the rock outcropping would be much of Unit 5. And that's all I have today for the presentation. I do appreciate everyone's time. I thank Mr. Booth and his staff. Again, it is a large undertaking. We understand that and we appreciate it. I'll stay up here if you have any questions.
Thank you, sir. Are there questions from commissioners? Nick?
Will there be a design standard for that subdivision there? Are you going to have a design standard for that? Requiring those specific buildings in that area to look the same or be architecturally consistent, or what's your thought there? Do you have any renderings of those or any idea of what those buildings are going to look like in there?
Yeah, as you can imagine, the 50-foot height or 35-foot height or 40-foot height, whatever that height is, would dictate some of the product that might be placed there. So we don't have any renderings because the design really hasn't been furthered until this action is kind of completed. There is design centers out at Clear Creek. I would tell you that they're very robust. There's a very robust internal planning commission or planning committee, design review committee that's led by an architect. It was an architect that worked on Martyrs Camp and other similar ones. So there's a lot of, I would say a lot of scrutiny on every single project, from drainage, amenities, how it looks, the aesthetics of it, view sheds. It gets into a lot of that, and that is for every single home that's out at Clear Creek. This one would be the same. There would be an extensive review.
Is there a limit on the number of square footage that you could have within that 8,000-foot lot?
There is a limit in some. There's a building envelope on some of these lots to what you can do. I think for this one, I don't believe there's a maximum. It would be a building envelope on the bottom that would be a max, but I don't believe that there's a maximum as far as the height and number of
So what would the square footage be if you had the maximum building envelope on the bottom and you went up 50 feet? How much square footage would that be?
I think in this area, if I'd have to go back and look at the design review, it is an internal document that I don't believe I can recollect off the top of my head what exact, for this golf lot, cottages, what that would be. Yeah. Do you mind if I grab it? The
Sure,
document,
go
I can
ahead.
grab it for you.
Yeah, I'm just trying to visualize what this subdivision is going to look like. Is there going to be a design criteria where these units are going to have some similar characteristics to them? Because I know that, Clear Creek has, a wide range of designs, everything from rustic to ultra-modern to whatever. So I'm just trying to visualize what is this going to look like? Is each owner going to have their own idea about what they're going to build on there, or are there going to be specific design guidelines that they're going to have to follow?
Yeah, there's not necessarily a restriction on having a comprehensive uniform look out there. As you mentioned, there's differences in the product that everyone has. Most of these homes it's a design of their own, and so they have their own design team, their own architecture team. There is, in the specific plan, there's a lot of architectural requirements in regards to color, some of the, what can and can't be used in terms of materials, some of the fencing requirements that's out there, some of the site characteristics that you would see are governed by this specific plan, and then they're further governed by the design review committee. So things like having rock swales that we've talked about, you know, where you can have, you know, some of your utilities being present. You know, it does get into that level of detail. You have renderings that you present. And I think for this phase, there will probably try to be some uniformity so that there is a consistent design. And I think at Clear Creek, when you drive around, there is a relatively consistent design, but I think they try to allow some flexibility for each homeowner because they are designed by their own design team. So the exact product for this Unit 5, you know, again, I think trying to lock in the criteria for what that design could be is part of what we're doing here today, is trying to lock that in, and then there will be, you know, a further, you know, conversation, I'm sure, internally on how these buildings will fit in with the rest of the development. As you can expect, Clear Creek, the residents that are there, they have, you know, an extensive stake in this as well, and so I'm sure they'll be watching as well.
Thank you.
Ken?
Yes. Thanks, Brett, for your tour of the facility. I've never been behind the gates. I was very impressed with the whole development. My question is, I looked at the lot at Unit 5, and I noticed it wasn't so much sloped in the beginning, but towards the back of Unit 5. And so I presume that's where you're going to be putting the taller buildings back in there, and they won't be foreshadowing the buildings in front of them? That is my question.
Okay. Yeah, I think there will be, I'm not sure if there's a progression of height. I think that will be something that's looked at from the architectural side, what that looks like, you know, so that there can be view sheds for each home. I'm sure that will be looked at from each of the homes. You're right that the topography is flatter on right as you come off the road, and then it really starts to steepen up as you get towards the back end of it. I would envision that at some point, and we've looked at a lot of the grading, we've done a lot of engineering on the site already, and there is points on that site that just, you know, probably aren't practical to develop, and those would be the extreme steep parts, and that's really because we have to build roads to county standards. There's things that we'd have to do that we really are restricted to what flexibility we have. But yeah, I would envision that as you get higher, you know, we'll try to elevate homes to take advantage of some of the view sheds there that are of Clear Creek. Yeah.
More questions? No? Then I'm going to open this, thank you. I'm going to open this up for public comment, and I'd like to start with our guest who I cut off when she was trying to talk about zoning and noticing. I apologize for that, but it was more appropriate to speak now. You have 3 minutes to talk about your concerns.
My name is Jeanette Bloom, and I'll speak about notice on the next item, not this one. My concern is that Clear Creek Tahoe is not in compliance with the original conditions of the development. Specifically, there is only one point of access and egress to that 400-unit development. The emergency access over into Alpine View consists of 2 roads that end in 2 gates which are locked with padlocks. If there was an emergency, not a single resident at Clear Creek Tahoe would get out that way. They would all be forced to use the main gate and go out to Highway 50, or worse, come down Clear Creek Road. That there will be a fire there is without question. And we learned with the evacuation of South Lake Tahoe what the traffic can be. And South Lake Tahoe had many exits. You had Highway 50, you had Kingsbury Grade, Clear Creek Road, unfortunately, was also used. People could go the other way out of Tahoe. But to try and get 400 homes of people to evacuate through one entrance, they need to address this emergency access. I took pictures yesterday. There's padlocks. One gate is just an old ranch gate with a chain on it, so anybody in their luxury vehicle who carries bolt cutters could get out. The other one, they'd probably need a fire truck to slam through the gate to get out of there. There is no way out of Clear Creek Tahoe. I have no objection to what they want to do within the community, except that What they do as a whole impacts the entire community around them, Alpine View and Clear Creek and beyond. There are parcels on Highway 52 that are affected by this. And that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Could you please state your name for the record?
I did, but I'll say it again, Jeanette Bloom.
Thank you so much. Next speaker, please.
Madam Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Could I request some guidance? I would hope that the chair would ask members to the public to confine their remarks to the subject matter and the agenda items, not the entire Clear Creek community. I know we want to specifically, I didn't want to cut the speaker off, but I know we want to specifically address the agenda item at hand.
If I may, I'll tie it to the agenda item. It should be denied until they're in compliance with the plan that was adopted previously. They're not in compliance with it. It should not be amended at this time. You should hold them to the original plan.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Ellie Waller. You saw my comprehensive comments. I'll repeat a little bit for the people in the room here, and they are tied to and are deemed to be in the public interest. The use of this overarching non-specific terminology for years with no challengeable arguments. What is in the public interest has become such a complex and tricky concept to navigate because it has intentionally evolved as ambiguous and mutable. It has no definition. In discussion and vote on development issues, citing the public interest as holding overriding importance by the developers. The Clear Creek Tahoe development was approved in 2003 despite the public outcry, legal challenge, and still remains a point of contention. Again, I saw some wordsmithing after my comments went in about this is the public's interest within the development. Well, I disagree with that. What is the county's and developers' definition / perception of public interest other than fees collected and conservation of some of the land? Fees are short-term, preservation of views and conservation of land and preservation of quality of life. Why would a height increase be in the public's interest? I will specifically disagree. I'll take your typo, but this was a timeshare plan. I understand sort of 50 feet for a timeshare. These golf cottages have been identified as the smallest units in the development in the specific plan language. It may be changed in the specific plan language somewhere down the line, but I disagree, and I think you should deny the 50 feet. I also have some concerns now about accessory dwelling units as part of this 22 new homes. Again, there was a 2016 amendment that allowed accessory dwelling units. I've challenged, as you've seen, which is not specific to today, but one is being built or is built or could be built that is exceeding the county's code as mentioned in my comprehensive comments. There's 384 homes. None of that's changing. 362 of them are at 35 feet. What is the uniqueness other than this topography for this request for 50 feet for 22? Makes no sense to me. I don't know if the applicant wants to take another shot at that or staff wants to take another shot, but this 50 feet, it just seems ambiguous. I don't understand it. Again, addressing 50 feet without elevators, I can't believe that there aren't enough people that might require one as a design based on personal issues in their lives. I think we really need to address this.
Thank you, Ellie. Next speaker. Please sign in and state your name for the record.
All right. My name is Vicki Fry. I am the Alpine View Estates Property Owners Association president.
Thank you.
I agree with Ellie and the fact that Clear Creek does not seem to be able to enforce their own specific plan internally, that Douglas County staff needs to be responsible for the design review and specific plan enforcement. I also am requesting that you deny the request for the height increase to 50 feet for these private recreational lots being converted to family single residence for small golf cottages. I'm also struggling with trying to imagine who besides Ying Mao or an NBA player is going to need to have something that much height on 8,000 square feet. So, but again, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Jim Slade. Proper noticing is a requirement of the open meeting law. If an application violates the noticing requirement, then the OML requires that that item not be heard until that action has been corrected. The appropriate time to address that is during the agenda approval. Otherwise, you risk wasting many hours for both yourselves and the public. Since these two items address both the 2003 Plan Development, PD 03-004, and the Clear Creek Tahoe Specific Plan, those both deal with the entire project, and hence, in my opinion, every resident should have been noticed. Having said that, I'm not overly concerned about the change from PR, private recreation, to SFR 8000. I'm greatly concerned, however, as I believe that all of you should be, over the request to amend the development standards to allow a maximum of 50 feet instead of sticking to the county maximum of 35 feet. No cogent argument has been made to support that position. To merely claim that because a board many years ago decided that was okay with them for time-sharing lodging uses, that it should therefore be allowed in SFR 8000 zoning is inadequate and insulting. Remember, this property was previously identified in the master plan as the highest priority for preservation. In addition, the specific plan states Clear Creek Tahoe is specifically designed as a secluded golf course community that is hidden from off-site views as well as internally house to house. Now is the right time to do the right thing for county residents as a whole, especially the residents of Jacks Valley area, including those in Alpine View Estates, and for the other residents of Clear Creek. Don't give in to the developers who mainly seek to maximize their profits. Don't give them the maximum height increase from 50 feet when it should be left at 35. That 50-foot height maximum does not remain if the zoning is changed, as the presenter stated. It requires a separate discretionary act on your part. Agenda item number 3. There is no clear or compelling reason to approve this variance or amendment to design standards to allow a maximum of 50 feet. Required finding 2 that was put up on the board but not addressed is that this departure from standards be in the public interest. What exactly is in the public interest in raising the maximum allowed height from 35 feet to 50 feet? There is none. You should deny the maximum height increase to 50 feet and leave it at 35.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Tracy Pomeroy. I live in the Alpine View Estates. This is my first attendance at the Planning Commission hearing, so thank you so much for your attention. I agree with the previous points made by Ellie Waller and Jim Slade, and I oppose Clear Creek's request to increase the height of the golf cottages from 35 to 50 feet. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Roger Arlen. I am a resident of Clear Creek, and my home is about 250 yards from this Unit 5. And I'm actually supportive of the change, but I'm going to echo some of the same comments that people had with respect to height and maybe share a little more information that might be helpful. Golf cottages at Clear Creek are essentially limited to 2,850 square feet. I think some of them have been around 3,000 square feet by some special exception that might have been done when a lot was sold. But you're essentially talking about a 2,850 square foot home on an 8,000 minimum square foot lot. There should be plenty of room to be able to build that home on a 35-foot limit. I think if we're at a 50-foot limit on a 2,850 square foot house, we're dealing with something that's tall and skinny and really doesn't make any sense in a mountain community. So my thoughts on this is that we should ask these 22 units should be subject to the same height limits that all the other single-family homes in Clear Creek are subject to, which is the 35 feet. I'd also ask that they be, if this is approved, that there's something that's put in there that requires the developer to limit the square footage to the same limit that applies to other golf cottages that are built inside the development. And I'd also like to learn more about, and I'm not necessarily objecting to this, but learn more about what this proposed expansion is to the south that was shown on the map. It looked like perhaps to comply with some road requirements, the plan was to move those lots further south, and I think we should understand what that looks like and where they go, how they're visible, et cetera, before that's approved. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other speakers? Colleen, do we have anyone on Zoom?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We do not have any public on chair or on Zoom at this time.
Thank you. Seeing no other speakers, I will close public comment and restrict questions to the commission. David.
Sam, I'm wondering if you've is this an East Fork Fire District or the Tahoe Fire District?
Commissioner Nelson, this is East Fork Fire District.
Okay. Have you checked with them to see if they have any equipment to handle a 50-foot building?
Specifically that question, I have not. We did forward them the application, as we do with any application. Haven't received any comments from East Fork, but I have not asked them specifically about the height.
Yeah, I think I'm a little concerned about that issue with fire trucks usually don't have ladders that'll go that high in Douglas County. So I don't know if we can get an answer right away, but I would really appreciate it if we could.
Other questions? Kirk?
Madam Chairman, just to follow up on that point, Sam, would it be a good assumption that there's commercial buildings in East Fork that go way beyond 50 feet, I believe? And I would hazard a guess that they've got some equipment, whether it's stationed in the north or the south. That would seem logical to me that they would have something that would go that high.
Yeah, that's correct. Yes, the Holiday Inn in Minden, I believe, approaches 50 feet in height. There's a few other commercial structures that are near that height that East Fork serves today.
Thank you, Sam. I do have a number of things that I want to go through, but I'll defer to my other colleagues for their questions right now.
Bryce?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't like to assume, but the current zoning is for buildings that are, even though they're timeshares, that are going to be 50 foot. So the fire department would have to service those if nothing changed in terms of the zoning. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then having gone out there and looked at the site, I guess what my challenge is at 50 foot, nobody's going to see it. If you're standing down at the sidewalk area and you look up at the top, it's some pretty intense topography. And so, as a builder, I have no idea what you would build that's 50 foot tall. But if the concern is whether that's going to be seen from Alpine View Estates, and maybe the applicant can speak to this, but I don't believe that you're going to be able to see that. And maybe they can speak to that in a minute just to clarify that for me. But based upon looking at the site And driving around the area, I don't see where you would see that. So I'd just like at some point clarification that that's in fact the case.
I think staff can address that. We gave applicant time, and we have the maps in our packet. One of the things that we have to keep in mind is we're just talking about a zoning map amendment and a plan development amendment, and not design of the units in particular. But one of the things we have to remember also is the variance for the 50 feet is not a given, because a previous board voted to give that to them in 2003. They cannot tie the hands of a subsequent board. So because they had it once doesn't mean that this board, or if it gets appealed, the Board of Commissioners has to give it to them. It's something that is on the table right now. So if we choose to uphold it from the previous board, that's their win or not. So keep that in mind. That's not, just because it was approved once doesn't mean it has to be approved again.
Madam
So-
Chair, if I could.
Yes, sir. Just keep that in mind.
Yeah. Forgive me if I wasn't clear. I'm not implying that we have to do it because it's currently there with the timeshare. I was making a statement more than anything that I have been there, and I'm not talking about design standards either. I'm just talking about the ability from a height perspective to be able to see, given the area and the topography, that you can see that from anywhere else other than within Clear Creek.
Thank you for the clarification. But I just wanted to make sure that that's not our issue right now. Tim?
Madam Chair, if I may, I just wanted to correct something that was just placed on the record. Basically, it was stated that, that once the Planning Commission issues its decision, that subsequently somebody could appeal from that decision, when in fact, really, this matter will go to the board for their approval. And then, that is correct. I mean, the Planning Commission is merely making a recommendation for the board's decision one way or another. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Kirk?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did want to go through a number of issues that were submitted to us primarily by Ellie Waller. I want to recognize her for the time and attention that she paid to this matter. She always provides a great amount of input to not only our meetings, but meetings throughout the Tahoe region, and we do appreciate the effort that she expends. It seems clear to me that many of her objections are to the entire original project, which started in 2003, as Sam Booth mentioned. I was not here in 2003. I don't have the facts and the information in front of me. I may have been against the project in 2003, but it seems to me that's a settled matter now, and we're dealing with the 22 lots and the approximately 8 acres that has been submitted to us for modifications. And Colleen, I'm not sure if you have some of Ellie's materials that are available to display as I walk through this. I'll try and walk through it relatively quickly. But again, I did want to recognize that Ellie made a long and tireless effort to provide us with her comments and specific instances that she was concerned about, which I believe has been addressed by the applicant and staff, but I would like to go through them in some detail. On page 3 of Ellie's comments, she does talk about the Table A as referred to in section 5.2. I think the reason that was omitted, Ellie, and I can't speak for the staff, is that probably had to do with the master plan. And since this is not a master plan amendment, there was probably extraneous information there that the staff thought that was not necessary to include. Page 4, you talk about development. And again, the application we have only refers to the 22 lots, not those previously proposed. You talk about many lots. It's not identified on page 4 where the picture was or how that was taken. I did take some pictures myself and went out there and saw things today. It's very hard for me with just the naked eye to see any houses at all. I see a little reflection here and there. But again, I think it's difficult to see where there's a lot of view concerns, particularly with the 22 lots. As the applicant says, they're off in the corner. They're tucked kind of into a very large outcropping of rocks. And as you look, from Alpine View Estates, you look to the northwest, and you see primarily the west side of the project. So I think the views that I saw today and the way I saw the land when we visited the site on Friday gives me less concern that Ellie is expressing. Again, on page 4, she makes a number of comments that reference areas other than the 8 acres at issue today. On page 5, she has a unsupported claim about the 22 homes will affect the adjacent Alpine View Estates daily workforce. Again, I don't see how those 22 homes would affect the Alpine View Estates daily workforce, and there's no specification there. We talk also on page 5 where she points on the arrows to the great changes in elevation. I would note that those areas in the conservation easement, the map that she used probably doesn't drill down to the specific elevation in the 8 acres we're referring to today. But again, the site visit that we saw, it was, I think as Ken pointed out, very steep. The first part goes up a little bit gradually, but after that, I think you'd probably need rappelling equipment to get up to some of the higher elevations. So I observe those direct changes, and I think that does speak to the allowance for the 50 feet height. And I would point out elevators. Yes, some houses will need elevators, but you could see a design in these houses that would have maybe high ceilings and maybe a high peak that might go to the 50 foot of the allowances. Again, on page 6, it says zoning change will eliminate a small portion of forest and range. I don't see any documentation in Ms. Waller's materials that show what small portion of forest and range is eliminated. So I don't think we can view that as a valid point. Again, on page 7, there's concerns based on the overall project, not the individual area we're talking about. Page 8, she talks about the approvals in 2021. Again, that's not agendized for what we're discussing today. Page 13, I've mentioned this before, the movement from 35 to 50 feet is necessary because of the steep elevation. Page 14, she talks about view shed violations. I'm not familiar, and there's no code cited for what is a view site violation. I know in Tahoe we have TRPA rules on view sites, but I'm not sure what the relevance is of the information she's mentioned there. And again, on page 14, there were a number of pictures. They're not identified as to what location they were taken from, except one or two instances. And I took pictures myself today. I don't find the same concerns that were mentioned on page 14. Page 15, again, it talks about the WUI concerns and the charges that it affects the Alpine View Estates. I don't see substantiation. What I learned from the fires in Tahoe this summer is fire burns up, not down. And again, I would hope that these Fork Fire officials have looked very careful at this development since 2003 and would make sure that there's no concerns that they would have. Page 16, the document talks about many trees that have been removed. Again, in one of the previous pages, she charges that not enough trees were removed as far as fire safety. So again, I think that is a complaint against some of the existing homes, not the ones in the 8 acres that we're referring to in the application today. I think I'll skip some of the other ones. Again, on page 21, she talks about the ADR issue on one of the currently built homes, and that, again, is something outside of what's agendized today. So I did want to recognize she put in a lot of time and effort on the project. I tried to review it in a couple hours last night. I'm sure she put in 10 times as that much time. But we thank her for her concerns, and I hope she feels like we've given her an adequate hearing here. Thank you.
Thank you, Kirk. Anything else? Mark?
Yeah, I'd like to ask Sam a question. So on the 50-foot height, on your finding of fact number 2, how can you say that changing this or allowing a 50-foot height variance is in the public best interest? I understand that the previous board allowed that, but now we're changing it to single-family homes.
Yeah, thanks, Commissioner Nedenrip. Sam Booth for the record. I think to expand on my comment there, of course, as we've discussed today, the 50-foot height was approved by a variance that the commissioners approved a while ago. In making that approval, the commissioners had to say that it wasn't detrimental to public health, safety, and welfare and those type of things, or to adjacent properties, a finding for a variance. So at that time in 2003, theoretically, they made that vote and said it wasn't detrimental to adjacent properties. As Bryce said, as I analyzed the site and the topography and then did a tour myself, the topography significantly will shade this area from any views from the valley. And so I don't think that the height is going to affect adjacent properties in that regard. Other than, and I appreciate Mr. Arlen's comment, we haven't heard any concerns expressed from any residents in Clear Creek. I think the only people that, quite frankly, would be affected by the viewing of these 50-foot structures would be the residents of Clear Creek. So, in analyzing the public interest, the applicant and the property owner of Clear Creek is also the public, of course, too. They're requesting the approval of 50 feet, and they're saying the topography of the site deems the need for the 50-foot height there. I've pressed them pretty hard on that as we've discussed the application, the need for it. Is there anything else that, that they would be able to consider? They've described, and I think Brent described it, not all the structures may need a 50-foot height approval. And I think as I've seen other projects move forward through the construction phase, the issue is that you need to exceed 35 feet, and you don't know exactly what that height is going to dictate today at the planning stage. So you have to pick a number. They went with the number that was previously approved. I would guess that, you're going to vary between 35 feet and somewhere under 50 feet there. But is it 42 feet? Is it 45 feet? We don't know today until they do a thorough analysis and they submit the architectural plans there. We know, as Brent said, that they have a thorough design review committee in Clear Creek that's going to look at the design of each of these and has to approve of it. And then we have some general standards that are in the specific plan that guide the look and feel and architecture of the homes as well. So, I will admit that in my review, I couldn't find a detriment to the public interest. So what is the public interest? Well, it's the property owners and the applicant that are saying that there's a need for this.
Thank you.
Anything else? Nick?
Is there a county limit on the number of square feet that you can have on an 8,000-foot lot?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Mr. Meyer. I think I need to circle back. Maybe I can show a slide if there's one of the subdivision map on that. What was originally approved for these 22 units were building envelopes for these parcels. And so with the private recreation zoning, these units are going to sit on a common area parcel that's private recreation zoned and owned by Clear Creek, the developer. Their request is to keep that, and I had mentioned that they're not changing the tentative subdivision map that's approved for that. So the lots themselves are not going to be 8,000 square feet in size. The single-family 8,000 zoning essentially dictates the density, the number of units that they can build there. And then, of course, as we've discussed quite a bit today, it allows the ability to do single-family units. But Title 20 allows for building envelopes to be developed in SFR 8,000 zoning, and essentially to be able to review the project and deem if it can meet the standards of SFR 8,000. If you're proposing building envelopes, then you can't exceed the density of 5.4 units per acre. And so I think there was a finding, in my response to finding 10 of the plan development, on page 89 of the packet, I showed that they're proposing 22 units. 22 units were approved, quite frankly, on 7.8 acres. So that's a density of 2.8 units per acre, which is much less than what's permitted by the SFR 8,000 zoning of 5.4 units per acre. All that to say that when there was discussion earlier about are these 8,000 square foot lots that may be 50 feet in height, no, I think, and I would defer to the applicants, but the footprints of the buildings are somewhere around 1,500 to 1,800 square feet. These property building envelopes are tight to the foundation of the home. Everything outside of that is common area that will be owned by the HOA. And I think it was their description that because of the small footprint, I think they may anticipate being a smaller footprint than that they may need to go taller with the height. Again, I heard Mr. Arlen's comments about maybe there's a concern that you have smaller structures that are taller, but I think that is their intent for the design here.
Okay, the original idea for this subdivision was for golf cottages. And golf cottages, you know, in the terminology, obviously is describing a unit that's 2,800 square foot, something in that nature. So I'm just having difficulty understanding why within that building envelope you would need a 50-foot height in order to accomplish 2,800 square foot cottage. I mean, that was the original design idea for this particular location, correct?
Yeah, I believe so. What I could say, and this is Sam Booth again for the record, that the county wouldn't limit the square footage of the structures by Title 20 or our design criteria. So it's this Clear Creek specific plan itself.
Right.
And
But Clear
their
Creek specific
architectural
plan
review.
has a design criteria for their, don't they have it for their golf lots or their smaller lots?
For all of the units, yes.
Correct. So this does not seem to be consistent with their current design criteria for their smaller lots, which are limited by 35 feet, correct? Which are limited by square footage. So I'm just having difficulty seeing how this is consistent with anything else that is going on within the development. Certainly the 50-foot I'm having heartburn over, okay? And I don't understand why they can't accomplish what they want to accomplish with a 35-foot height.
Madam
Especially
Chair-
since I've seen no renderings, no design ideas, no envelope calculations that indicate that they would simply need 50-foot height for the site.
Okay, Nick, can we let Sam answer your question?
First, I think that's an appropriate question for the applicant, if they want to answer that. I think as I understand your question, Nick, it's a reasonable one. So as was stated earlier, the rest of the single-family units today in Clear Creek, Tahoe have a 35-foot height limit. That's the case. So how does it comply with, maybe your question is, how does it comply with that 30-foot height for those units?
Right.
Certainly, I think this is designed as and intended as a different product. If you looked at the original language in the private recreation zoning, it talks about these lodge units adjacent to the clubhouse, and that they were originally timeshare lodge type units. So I think they weren't intended as single family. The applicant's asking that we don't want timeshare fractional ownership of the units. We want one person to own them. But I think their intent is to keep that same design for the site. So it was approved at 50 feet previously. They were going to do more of a vertical type product for these units on a smaller lot. The other single-family units that are approved are on half-acre lots, acre lots. There are some, the golf cottages, on 8,000 square foot lots. But they're not the same in that they're not these building envelopes with a common HOA area outside of the building. But again, as to the actual architecture and their thoughts on the design, I'd defer to the applicant.
Could we not address this too by means of a variance? I mean, if there is a situation where a building needs to be greater than 35 feet, we could certainly handle that on a variance standpoint, correct?
Okay. And Nick, I think we're getting off into the weeds on this. The design of the product is not what we're dealing with. We're dealing with the zoning map amendment and then the plan development amendment, which includes the variance for the 50 feet. Sam Taylor?
Yes, Madam Chair, you wanted me to answer that question, or?
Yes.
I think it is consistent with the application. I mean, you're determining whether or not the need for 50-foot height variance is appropriate or not. And I think that's something that is proper to ask about and inquire about. And it's consistent with the application. So, but I also think that the person who is probably most likely to be able to answer that question in satisfaction of the Plan Commission is Brent from the applicant, but it's up to the chair whether or not to allow more time.
Well, what I'm concerned about is getting into the specific envelopes and the designs and what they look like is, and the size of the units is not what we're dealing with. That's what my concern is. I don't want to get into detail that is not what we're dealing with.
Okay, Sam Taylor again for the record, Douglas County DAs. I honestly think that it's a relevant query or area for a query to determine whether or not, the building setbacks can be fit within, for a 2,800 square foot cottage can fit within SF 8,000 given the setbacks and the topography. I think that's a
Okay, dealing with
valid inquiry.
setbacks is different. That's not dealing with design.
No, right. I understand that, but I mean, the design will relate to the square footage and also to the height. I mean,
But a
so-
setback is different than a design.
Yes.
Come on up and talk about setbacks.
Madam Chair, if I could.
Bryce. Nick, can you turn off your microphone, please?
It would seem to me that the real crux of the issue here is the 50-foot. And so respectfully, I do think that it's important to hear from the applicant and try to work through this, because I think this is a very unique subdivision within Clear Creek. And I think we really need to vet out and understand why the applicant believes that they need to have the ability to go beyond 35 foot in this particular instance. And if that's because of a certain design element that maybe they haven't finalized, but they might have some ideas, I think it's very relevant to the conversation and understanding whether we can or cannot approve that.
Which one? Oh, thank you. Brent Nassett for the record. The wording in the specific plan, just for clarification, doesn't restrict the amount of square footage for a golf cottage. That is within the design review committee, as you mentioned, and that is around 3,000 square feet is what for a golf cottage is in there. For clarification on the highest point how the structure, and this is one of the things that as we looked at the grading of Unit 5, the topography of Unit 5, you can imagine on a lot, these are not very big envelopes. The lots that are on the tentative map are 1,600 square feet. That's likely not going to be applicable out there because of the topography. But one side will have to have some fill and some grading. The wording in the code for the county, and this is also within the specific plan that's in there, is, it's defined as the highest point of a structure, excluding chimneys and vents, to the average of the highest and lowest points where the exterior walls touch natural grade. And so when we evaluated the sections out there and we started to look at the topography, you really start limiting what you can actually do in terms of your building height. And the building height, you may have garages, if you can imagine, coming in on the bottom, and then there's different products depending on if you're uphill or downhill. And so some of these calculations might work, and some of these building heights might be 40 feet, some of them might be 35 feet, some of them might be 30 feet. I think it will be an individual basis depending on where this is at. Part of what we were concerned on is going in for 38-foot variances to this planning commission and having an individual homeowner come in for variances to the building height standards to make these work. So that is why we wanted to have the 50-foot flexibility to allow for, some of this, the way this is calculated via the code. So again, on one side, we might have, a 40-foot high building height, and the other side is a 30-foot building height, but the natural grade and how much we're bringing it up makes that exaggerated. And so the calculations start, depending on the code review, it's a little bit open to interpretation. We're trying to clarify that. We're trying to breed in some flexibility, and the most important thing is, again, that there is another overview. So we have several levels of overview here. The specific plan governs. The specific plan doesn't have anything in here regarding the square footage, but the design review committee does. Each one of these homes will go in front of that design review committee, and there is an exhaustive review, and I'm sure you can attest to it. It is an exhaustive review that goes through to make sure the aesthetics and that this home blends in with the surroundings. Some of the trees out there are more than 50 feet high. So it will be an individual site because the site is not flat. It's not a consistent slope. Each site will have a little bit different calculation. And again, to stop all the variances from coming for individual property owners as they develop the hillside. And again, one note will be that the hillside grading, also comply. There will be some parts of this development that will be in the hillside grading criteria, which there's also additional, criteria that we'll have to follow as well. So again, I think we were trying to work through some flexibility for the overall phase. There is going to be some different product. The products aren't there yet today because we don't want to go design something for something that we're not sure their criteria. But it really is surrounding the language of how this calculation is. And as we looked at sections, you start to see that there's some spots on this property that would be very difficult to develop to what you would want to do for a product if you're restricted to 35 feet. Hope that clarifies it.
Any more questions for the applicant? Ken?
The 50-foot from natural grade, is that from the low point or the high point?
It's the average, yeah. So I think we'll take that, there's probably a few different ways that you could calculate it, but the high point and the low point of the lot and the envelope as you sit. The calculation here is the average of the highest and lowest point.
Thank you, Brett.
Yeah.
Anything else? Nick?
Madam Chairman, my understanding is that we're doing two things here. One is we want to change the zoning from private recreation to single family, correct?
Yes.
And then the second part is to approve a variance to 50 feet. Is that correct?
Basically, yes.
Are they mutually exclusive?
Yes.
They're mutually exclusive.
We will do two motions.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. It's cleaner if we do two.
Yeah, Madam Chair, the Sam Taylor again with Douglas County DAs. I think they were set up for one motion for the PD amendment as well as the ZMA zoning map amendment. Is that correct?
No, we
Sam?
have two sets of
There were two separate
findings.
motions? Okay, I'm sorry. Never mind.
That's okay. No worries.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, Sam.
Yeah, Sam Booth for the record. Just to clarify just a little bit there, Nick, the first motion in your packet, and it's one item, this is agenda item 2. First motion's for the zoning map amendment. Second motion's for the plan development amendment. As the chair said, for all intensive purposes, it's a varying of the standard, but it's not a variance as we know it, as the Title 20 defines it to be a variance. If you remember when I talked about a plan development and the purpose, it allows varying standards in a plan development. So as Brent described, because they have a plan development that was approved here, they're requesting a varying standard for a different product type. That way, a variance is not needed on a site-by-site basis. So this is just to change the development standards within the plan development boundary.
Any other comments from the commission? Bryce?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Booth, can you point me to where the motion is actually contained in the packet? On what page?
I can, Bryce, I've got it on a slide here. If, Madam Chair, if we are ready for a motion, I have
I
just
think we
a
are.
end of my slideshow here that I would like to touch on. Let me see if I can share screen.
I have it.
Okay.
Thank you.
As I said previously, we believe that the findings can be made for the requests. There are conditions included. The conditions are tied to the plan development approval. We can't condition a zoning map approval, so that's the second item there. In just reviewing this last night, I have a condition on the next item, the specific plan that relates to that item I described to you guys about limiting the approval for the 50-foot height only to these 22 units within Unit 5. That language is in as a condition on the specific plan, but I think it seems appropriate that we should also have it as a condition on the plan development. So I've added that here to the screen. It would be condition A2, which would read, maximum building height for golf cottages shall remain 35 feet, except for the 22 units within Unit 5, which will permit a maximum building height of 50 feet. So the motions in your packet are these two motions here. In the second one, the plan development includes that varying development standards and would just note with conditions in the packet and that added condition, if you so please.
Motion for zoning amendment.
Madam Chair, thank you. I'll make a motion to recommend approval to the Board of Commissioners on a zoning map amendment within Unit 5 of the Clear Creek Tahoe Plan Development to change from PR Private Recreation, PD Plan Development to SFR 8,000, Single Family Residential 8,000, PD Plan Development zoning for 7.80 acres on the subject parcel.
Okay, that is for the plan development or for both?
That would just be for the zoning map amendment DP 22-0024.
That sounded like both. Okay, never mind. I'm looking at what Sam has there.
Madam Chair, I second the motion.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Motion passes. Now on the second, for the plan development amendment, do we have a motion?
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
I move to recommend approval of the Board of Commissioners on amendments to the Clear Creek Tahoe Plan Development PD 03-004 and associated tentative subdivision map with conditions to reflect the associated zoning map amendment, update the land use summary and lot tables, as well as update the map with recent survey data and fault investigation data, and amending the development standards for golf cottages to allow a maximum 50-foot height for Unit 5 buildings as permitted previously with private recreation units. And I would note on the plan development amendment conditions, they include a new A2 condition, which Sam Booth read, maximum building height for golf cottages shall remain 35 feet, except for the 22 units within Unit 5, which will permit a maximum building height of 50 feet. That would be a new condition A2, along with A1, A3, and A and B.
Do we have a second?
Madam Chair, I'll second.
Discussion.
Yes, Madam Chair, I'd like to say that I don't believe it's in the public interest to go to 50 foot for this particular area. The initial design criteria was for golf cottages, small cottages, 3,000 square feet. I believe those can be accommodated within the topography. and unless the applicant comes forward with some type of more substantial design criteria that shows, a definitive reason why they cannot build this site within the 35-foot limit, I'm opposed to this.
Do you have findings?
I don't believe it's in the public interest.
So that would be finding 2.
That's right.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, may I speak in favor of my motion?
Absolutely.
Nick, you raised good concerns, and I appreciate your diligence on this subject. I do think the applicant has explained this well. It's a very complex formula when you're calculating height. The slope is extremely significant. I can't stress that enough for those of you who haven't visited the location. I don't know if I got dared to walk up the slope, but I wasn't certainly going to do it because it is extremely steep. Defining the public interest, as Ellie Waller mentioned and Jim Slade has raised this number of times, on both sides of the issue. Sometimes things are in the public interest because we want to serve the community at large, all nearly 50,000 people of Douglas County. Sometimes we're narrowly defining the public interest in the community that's being affected. As I've mentioned before, I cannot see literally or figuratively from almost any other area in the county a 50-foot building in that location. So I do think the applicant has explained this carefully. I think I think we are a bit premature. I think the chair mentioned this previously. There's a design review committee. The county will have inspections of the properties. I agree with Commissioner Nelson. I think it's important for the fire department to make another visit out there and do their due diligence. And if something comes up that jeopardizes safety or health or the public interest, then I hope that this issue can be revisited. But as of now, I think we have heard a compelling case from the applicant for the 50 feet allowance, and I think that should be approved by the Planning Commission.
Mark?
Yes, I'd like to follow on with Nick. I agree with Nick that to allow a variance to go up to 50 feet, it should be able to be accomplished within the 7 acres plus that they have there. They should be able to find 22 lots that fit. And if it is that steep, maybe we shouldn't be building on it anyway. Finding number 2.
David?
I'm voting nay. It's a health and safety issue in my opinion, because I have personal knowledge that the fire department, East Fork, does not have the capability of handling buildings that are that high at the current time. So I think there's an issue there. Also, it does not conform to the rest of the project. You've got almost 400 buildings, and this is only 22. The others are limited to 35, so this does not conform.
Do you have a finding?
Conformity, whatever number that is.
Well, I don't know. Take the time to look through while we talk to Ken. Ken?
First, I want to thank the public for their comments. And I found this development very interesting. And I've been in construction for 30 years. I've seen buildings much taller than that on steeper grades than what I saw today on Friday. I'm going to vote in favor of this project.
As for me, I think it's lovely up in Clear Creek. I think overall this project would be a good addition, but I think that with Mark and with Nick and with David, that it's 7.8 acres. And I do agree with the one man who lives in a golf cottage that maybe they're going to have to build cottages. and he is the one person who's going to have to look at these. And 50 feet is very, very tall. The terrain is steep. I do agree with that. The rocks are beautiful. The ground is unstable. There's a lot of crushed granite up there. There's going to be a lot of engineering, and I do trust that the applicants will do their very best to find something that conforms to the terrain. But 50 feet is very, very steep. I don't believe that there will be product that conforms to the area that fits with Clear Creek in general. And I have to vote no, and I'm going to go with finding number 2. I don't think it is in the benefit of the interest of the Clear Creek of golf cottages that exist now, and I don't believe it's in the public interest. So we need a motion. We have a motion. Kirk made the motion and Bryce seconded. Let's take a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those against?
Wait.
Aye.
Nay.
We're voting
Motion.
on the 50-foot elevation
That's on the whole thing.
on the, okay. Okay, I vote yes.
So it failed. 4 against, 3 for. 3 in favor, 4 against.
Madam Chairman?
Yes.
May I inquire of the district attorney's office, would it be preferable now to take the motion that I made previously and delete the last portion of that to allow us to move forward to the next agenda item? Or should we consider this item closed and move to the next item?
Madam Chair, may I? Yeah, again, just like with all the Sam Taylor DAs for the record, as with all other votes, normally you need an affirmative act. So there should be a motion to deny, but it's my understanding it was a motion to approve. Is that correct?
Well, my question was the motion that I made.
No, the underlying motion we just voted on, that was a motion to approve, correct?
Yes, it was.
Okay, so what we should do is, if you remember right, in order to take action, you got to have an affirmative vote, an affirmative motion. So there should be a motion to deny the planned development, right?
That would be one way of dealing with the 50-foot height part of the motion, but in my view, the motion has several parts, and one possible process method to accomplish what we want to accomplish would be to segment the motion, delete the 50-foot height, and then we could take up the 55-foot height and resolve that with a affirmative vote one way or the other, and then move on to agenda item 3.
That would work as well, I think. But it's up to the chairman, of course.
Go ahead, Kirk, make a motion.
Madam Chairman, I move to recommend approval of the Board of Commissioners on amendments to the Clear Creek Tahoe planned development, PD 03-004, an associated tentative subdivision map with conditions to reflect the associated zoning map of amendment, update the land use summary and lot tables, as well as update the map with recent survey and fault investigation data. Period.
I'd like to second that motion.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Discussion.
Okay, discussion, Nick.
I am very unclear about what this motion is for.
If we look at the planned development, DP 22022 there, what we're doing is having several conditions and having a reflection of the zoning map amendment and doing the survey and the fault investigation data, but we're not approving the amended development standards allowing a maximum 50-foot height for Unit 5 buildings. So we're just dropping off everything after the word data.
So this is the affirmative motion for Number 2,
Just the plan.
without the 50-foot.
Correct.
Okay, understood.
All right. Vote? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Nay.
Those against? Motion passes. For possible action, discussion on a request for a major modification to the Clear Creek Tahoe specific plan, including revisions to the golf cottage development standards to increase the maximum building height from 35 feet to 50 feet for golf cottage buildings within Unit 5. The subject parcel is located south of Old Clear Creek Road on the east side of Golf Club Drive and within Indian Hills/Jacks Valley Community Plan and is 7.8 acres in size. The property owners are Clear Creek Residential LLC, a portion of Clear Creek Holdings LLC. The owner is Clear Creek Holdings LLC, DP 22-0023, APN 1419-03-002-051. Sam Booth presenting.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sam Booth, Deputy Director, Community Development. This item is the changes to the specific plan itself. Taking into account the previous motion that was made on item number 2 on the agenda, I think it's important to understand and discuss that included with the specific plan changes, similar to what you just discussed with the plan development, is that change to the height from 35 feet to 50. However, that's not the only change. The request to the specific plan will update the maps and images, the land use designation change from private recreation to golf cottages, to move that language that I showed you in the previous presentation from private recreation to golf cottages, and some of the other standards there. But the 35 to 50 feet height requirement is also included in this. I won't go back through what we just discussed for quite a while as the site and the map, and that's of course included in your packet, but I'll jump right to the findings of fact that are in the staff report on page 208 of your packet. The applicant's responses additionally are on page 177 of your packet. So the findings for a specific plan are here on the screen. The first one is that the proposed location of the development and the conditions under which it will be operated or maintained is consistent with the goals and policies in the adopted master plan. My response here was that this finding is met. This finding is speaking holistically about the entire specific plan, which, as we know, the entire specific plan is not being changed. They're requesting just to change text within the plan to enumerate the previous agenda items, the zoning change and the height. That the proposed development is in accordance with the purposes and objectives of this title, Title 20, and in particular will further the purposes stated for each zoning district. Again, this is speaking very holistically for Clear Creek specific plan, and believe this finding can be met. That the proposed development conforms to adequate public facilities. As I discussed earlier with you, we've talked with Public Works, Douglas County Public Works. They've reviewed the existing will serves and agreements for sewer and water. The engineering department has reviewed this, has conditioned the plan development approval. Finding D, that the development will not be detrimental to public health, safety, or welfare, or persons residing or working in adjacent to the development won't be detrimental to the properties or improvements in the vicinity. We don't believe that this change from private recreation to single-family residential, from fractional timeshare ownership to single-family ownership, will have any effect on public health or safety. Additionally, as I spoke earlier, we were supporting the request from 35 to 50 feet. The Planning Commission just denied that request. The last finding, E, is that the applicant has demonstrated the ability to provide transfer of development rights. As I've discussed with the Planning Commission today, we have proof that Clear Creek has certified development rights and they're eligible for transfer to the site. So again, believe the findings can be made. I would think that there needs to be a similar amendment to the motion to remove the language for the 50-foot height requirement in accordance with the previous vote. And we have the conditions here. I had the condition about the height. And then the other condition that I had included here is just that the applicant provide us within 60 days a final copy of the approved specific plan, printed and with clouding removed, just a final copy digitally and printed. And that's all I have, Madam Chair.
Any questions from the commission? If not, I'll open for public comment.
Thanks again, Ellie Waller. Just to be clear, this is about the specific plan as stated by Staff Sam Booth. I want direct, clear specification, clarity that the denial of the 50 feet by the removal of the language is in there when you guys are doing your voting. As long as the specific plan is being updated, I strongly urge Douglas County should be enforcing the design standards and the specific plan enforcement, not Clear Creek, as stated in language 1.42. And this does affect the 22 units because we have seen violations because it's in-house. I know the county can override what they do there. They just don't have enough staff to go out and enforce these types of issues. Violations continue to occur and need to be remedied. I cited some of those in my detailed comments. I want it clearly stated that accessory dwelling units shall be limited to a maximum of 800 square feet or denied completely as a condition for the 22, so it affects that as well. I urge section 2.25 accessibility be modified and amended in the specific plan to avoid any confusion of the use of Bavarian Drive and add language that it says emergency only. This affects the 22 units as well. I'm not sure how the specific plan and the variance program work, but hillside grading variances were mentioned in the packet, but not explicitly discussed. Again, that affects the 22. I appreciate the opportunity for speaking today.
Thank you. Anyone else?
As they did with Ms. Waller. Whenever you're done, take your time. Jim Slade. How is an increase in the maximum height from 35 to 50 feet deemed to be in the public interest as required by findings of fact number 2? I'm grateful that 4 commissioners found that it could not be met. And I trust that the proposed condition A2 that Mr. Booth mentioned earlier has been deleted or not included in the previous motion or has been replaced by specifically indicating that the 35-foot limit applies to all golf cottages, including the 22 at issue here. And I'm grateful that the gentleman from Clear Creek showed up today and made us wonder how a 2,850-foot golf cottage needed to be any higher than 35 feet. That makes no sense whatsoever, and I'm glad that some of you agreed with that. I, of course, can't speak to that condition because I haven't been invited up to Clear Creek to view the site myself, although it appears that a great many of you have been. Saying that it is not detrimental to the health, welfare, and public safety is something totally different that was referenced by Mr. Booth earlier. The change to a maximum of 50 feet requires a positive determination that it is in the public interest, not merely that it has no negative effect. 100% of the property owners from Clear Creek who spoke in public comment on this issue did not think that the 50 feet was warranted. Thank you for coming. Mr. Booth should not be an apologist for the developer in determining what is in the public interest. The applicant had unlimited time to speak in his presentation on the previous item. had more than sufficient opportunity to address the maximum height issue in his unlimited amount of time prior to public comment. Obviously, this was a public concern, and he should have addressed it then. To give him a second opportunity to come up to speak on something he should have addressed earlier and not give the public an opportunity to respond to his additional comments is unfair to the public, and it should generally be not acted upon that way. So I trust with this item that in your motion, I mean, it was disappointing that Deputy District Attorney said that it was time for a motion for denial, and then all of a sudden Mr. Walder took over again, and I'm not saying what he did was wrong, but it was, you know, not in keeping with what had been suggested at that point. So, you know, the way this has been handled, I don't think it's been done completely right, and I hope you will make it crystal clear in this motion that all golf cottages are limited to 35 feet maximum elevation. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Jeanette Bloom again. I will make my statement one more time that I think the notice was inappropriate. I share a property line with the golf course, and I would expect to get personal notice, especially in this item when it's a major modification to the Clear Creek Tahoe specific plan. It involves the entire development, not just that little tiny speck of the development, the 22 parcels you keep talking about. And you've heard my comments about the egress. I won't repeat those. Thank you.
Thank you.
Roger Arlen again, just one quick comment. It's almost a bit of a question that I was a little puzzled by is it strikes me that the higher up something is, the less the need for a building to be taller. So, you know, if we're talking about the topography being something where it's quite a bit higher than the lower level area, it strikes me as a little peculiar that that is an argument in favor of a taller building. It would strike me that that sort of negates the need to have a taller building because the topography is already making it taller. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Colleen, do we have anyone on Zoom?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, there is no public on Zoom.
Thank you, Colleen. I'll close public comment, restrict comment to the commissioners.
Madam Chair, my point of order. I think we kind of moved quickly on this one, but I don't think the applicant has had an opportunity to speak on agenda item 3. And I think our due process would allow the applicant an opportunity to speak if they chose to.
Do you have anything to say? Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Kirk. Anything? Yes, no? And do we have a motion?
Madam Chair, Sam, could I ask you to put the recommended motion up on the screen? I would like to make a motion, but after where it says zoning map amendment, plan development amendment, I would delete the language after that.
We do have a motion on page 209 of our packet.
I don't have 209. Oh, here it is. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Sam Booth, could you review the motion to see if it's...
Madam Chair.
Yes?
Yeah, I would like to point something out for the record, if I may. real
Yes,
quick.
sir.
Yeah, Sam Taylor again, Douglas County District Attorney's Office. Just one thing to point out. Because the PD and zoning map amendment did not amend the height for the PD, which basically the PD is what establishes the zoning, essentially you cannot amend the height of a zone utilizing a specific plan. So regardless of what you do, you couldn't change the height for Unit 5 with this particular motion. So dropping the last two sentences of the motion, I think, is appropriate.
That's why I'm looking at this one.
Is appropriate.
That is correct, yes.
Okay. Madam Chairman, then I'd like to make a motion.
Yes, sir.
This is for specific plan amendment DP 22-0023. Motion to recommend approval of the Board of Commissioners with conditions on amendment to the Clear Creek Tahoe specific plan, allowing for the associated zoning map amendment and planned development amendment, period.
That's right.
Madam Chairman, I'd like to second that motion.
Okay, discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Those opposed? Motion passes. Nick, I think you want to say something.
Oh. Thank you, Madam Chairman. Today is my last day on the Planning Commission. I'm resigning because I cannot give full attention to my Planning Commission duties, which I really need to. I'm campaign manager for Dr. Fred Simon, who's running for governor, and that is taking up an extraordinary amount of my time. So it is, I do not want to not give full attention to the Planning Commission. I do want to say that this has been an extremely rewarding experience for me. I've learned a lot. I've learned how complex these issues can be. I've also learned how one person can make a difference by sitting in the chair up here. And I would encourage every citizen to consider putting their hat in the ring and participating in any of the commissions that we have available in the county. It's important. It's an important role for all citizens to consider self-government. So thank you very much.
Nick, it has been wonderful having you here. When you're here, you ask wonderful questions and bring up excellent points. Good luck in your future, and good luck in June.
Madam Chair, I too want to thank Nick for his service. As I said previously, from day one, you've shown enthusiasm, you've shown interest, you've shown a dedication to Douglas County. We don't always agree, but I know I can always count on you to have very good questions, very good thoughts, very good intentions with Douglas County's best interests, and I appreciate the valued service that you've given us, and with best of luck in the future.
Thank you. Yes, Nick, it was a pleasure working with you, and best of luck in the future.
Madam Chair, I too want to echo thank you. It's a pleasure working with you. Appreciate your service.
Thank you, Bryce.
Nick, I just sit down here myself, so it's kind of short, but I did appreciate sitting next to you this short period of time.
Thank you, Nick. I hope to work with you again.
I want to thank staff for being here through this meeting. It got a little tough. And thank everyone for being here today. It was a long meeting and a lot of questions, and it was up and down. Thank you for your patience. Oh, closing public comment. He reminds me from time to time. Anyone have anything to say?
Yep, since we're, Ellie Waller, since we're limited to 3 minutes, we take every opportunity at every chance. I want to thank Commissioner Walder for acknowledgement. I do want to make a couple corrections. The removal of not enough trees is not correct. Too many trees came out, and frankly, some of those lots should have never been built on. The topo lines come across. I really appreciate that you read my documents. Pictures are from my home and my neighborhood. Some are taken larger, but I look out my kitchen window and look at two of those homes every morning. I'm not saying it's a bad look, but it's violating their specific plan. I also want to note, I attended the Planning Commission meeting on the 42 feet for the senior center. That was an extension meeting. We never know if those 42 feet are going to get built. They're going to come back with a new design. I actually filed an open meeting law violation against that meeting unsuccessfully because of the way the information was provided. And lastly, a majority of the commissioners at the last meeting, or whatever meeting I attended lastly for you folks, supported Title 20 changes. Today evidenced that, as well as almost every meeting, notwithstanding there's not enough staff. I know they have they spend more hours than I do, of course, but we really need to focus on tightening up the subjectivity with specificity in Title 20. Thank you.
Jim Slade. As I believe I've mentioned previously, I live in the first clustered subdivision in all of Douglas County, formed in the late 80s, 8 lots. We do have, to answer a question that was raised by Mr. Walder earlier, we do have CC&Rs that we each had to sign when we purchased our property there. But we've never had an HOA. So HOAs are not required. It still requires someone to sue if someone violates those things, which is unfortunate, but that's the way it works. That applicant, Mr. Cates, was trying to take advantage of an apparent loophole in a code. I applaud the Planning Commission for using their discretion to deny the request, citing that it didn't meet all the required findings. I would urge the Planning Commission to instruct staff to bring back a means to close that loophole before it gets blown wide open. And I thank Chairman Casey for intent to close that loophole. Needless to say, only one accessory dwelling is allowed on Mr. Cates' property, yet his so-called bonus room, singular, has 2 bedrooms, a bathroom including a shower, and some sort of kitchen, though he claimed that it was not a full kitchen. But what does that mean? Does it have a refrigerator, a sink, and a stove, but no oven? Why did no one ask? As I suggested earlier, code enforcement should be instructed to examine the kitchen and the so-called bonus room to determine if it is legal or not. He cannot have 2 accessory dwellings on that property. Member Paxton, on the last issues, thanked Clear Creek, the spokesman, for his recent tour of the property. That to me sounds like something that should have been disclosed at the beginning of those 2 items. If all the planning commissioners were invited on a tour, then the public should have been invited as well. And I think that every planning commissioner who has been invited up to tour Clear Creek and the subject parcel and has done so should have disclosed that. As the ethics department always says, recuse rarely, disclose always. So I know Mr. Paxton is new on this commission, but that's good advice. Always disclose if you've been solicited by the applicant to tour their facility, to give them to hear their very biased perspective on those things. And I'm sure there must be something I could add for another 30 seconds, but I'll let you go home early. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Colleen, are you still there?
I am, Madam Chair.
Any comment on Zoom?
Not at this time.
Thank you, and you can go home now.
Thank you.
I'll close public comment. Thank you all, and have a good evening. I'll close this hearing. Thank you.
Recording stopped.